another cat in the pocket that was covered in something that I thought was oil. It's diesel fuel.
Did you clean the cat?
Huh?
Did you clean the cat?
Hello, everyone.
I did as much as I could with
We
a
are
rag, and then I just let it go.
here
Warped
with
it up
Journey
good.
into Freedom with me, your host, Red Gypsy. I am not in my car tonight. I decided to try to do this inside tonight because I'm super freaking cold. But I'm giving time for people to join. We just got back. We just whitewater rafted the Arkansas River. We made it. Yay. We're still alive. Yay.
Still a little cold.
We're all still a little cold. But honestly, it was really nice. The weather was extremely cooperative. Just when we started to get cold, it would warm back up. Sun would peek out. So it was really, really nice. We went at a really good time of the day.
Monster effect.
No, I'm looking up the plant stuff that we're going to talk about today. So I've got that. And so we we did 10 miles on the river today. And we couldn't have asked for a more beautiful day, really, to do it. Even though right before we went, we got these notifications. Hey, Red. Or, well, I just said hey to myself like an idiot. But hey, Pam. I was reading what you said and it came out. Hey, Red. Hey, Pam. Hey, Jean. So we got these notifications right before we went on the river that we were in danger of flooding, that there was a major storm, and that this was life or death,
Flash
and not
flood
to
warning.
flash flood warning and life and death, and don't travel. Hello, Johnny. And don't travel unless you're fleeing out of a flood zone. And here we were like, well, let's go to the Arkansas River and raft that bitch. But we did it. We rocked it. We had a really great time. This was for Mike's 15th birthday. He really, really enjoyed himself. He's a crab, so he likes all this water stuff. What everybody else get into today? that was pretty much what I spent my whole day preparing to do and then going and doing. You do anything interesting today? No, Pam? I would have had another normal boring day at home too. Except, you know, we had to celebrate the kid's birthday. We don't so much do presents as much anymore
You just do something cool.
as we do an experience. I think they like that more. David. I think they like that more than just a present. He already said no. You know, so we try and take them to do something cool and exciting for their birthday. And well, Mike wanted to go whitewater rafting, so whitewater rafting we went. I think it's really more the family time. Ew, Pam, that's stinky. I'm sorry to hear that. Our hot springs are all open back up again, but you have to call and make an appointment now, and they're in 2-hour blocks. So you can book up to 10 people at a time to go with you, but you have to book like 2 to 4, for instance, and you have to give the names of who's going to be accompanying you now. Which is kind of shitty because now you're going to pay your entrance fee. It's only like $12. But the problem is we used to pay $12, and then you could go in, you could spend a couple hours, get a little wristband, you go home, you get something to eat, and come back. We didn't really do that hardly ever. Like, usually when we left, but typically you could go like when they opened up at 9 o'clock in the morning, spend an hour soaking, get a good shower, get your little wristband, go home, have lunch, do chores on the farm, you know, maybe whatever. And then you could go back with your little wristband and soak again, you know, like it was an all day affair. Like you could go back until they closed at 10 o'clock at night. And like in the summer when it's really hot, you don't really want to be there during the day. Like the best time to go is early in the morning or like late in the evening. My favorite time to go to the hot springs is honestly in the winter because there is nothing that can explain to anyone until you have experienced it firsthand what it is like to sit in 115 degree water.
That's the top.
Yeah, our hottest pool is about 115 to 120 degrees, and you sit in there and there's snow coming down all around you, and it's freezing if you raise your arm out, but there's nothing that can describe that feeling. You are toasty warm, everything is great. That's my favorite time to go. It's not so much fun in the summer because it's, you know, you're in a 115 degree hot pool and it's 90 degrees outside. Who wants that? No, no. No, thank you. The water, though, on the Arkansas River was super freaking warm today. Like, that's no lie. Super warm.
60.
Yeah, like the water was probably about 60 degrees today. So that was really nice.
Close to 42 months ago.
You realize you're getting yourself on camera now, right?
No, I don't want to be on camera.
Well, then I suggest you stay where you were.
Well, you're gonna have to scoot over because I need to lay down or something.
I just arranged all of this around you and where you were, telling you for 10 minutes I'm getting ready to go live on air. That's where you wanted to be. I have arranged myself to be in this corner. Oh, Lord. Hold on, guys.
I'll just lay in this direction.
I have all this. Good Lord. All right. Sorry, guys. Sorry. And now everything's going to be all messed up because huge freaking ogre guy had to move around everywhere that he's not supposed to freaking be during this.
No, not my own bed.
Oh, Lord. These are the trials and tribulations, guys, of being live and being on a homestead where I don't actually have my she shed or any of the things that have been promised to me for 5 years, and I'm still sharing this tiny little space.
That's because you chose to keep getting more goats. And now
Yeah, he always blames me. It's my fault. It's always my fault that I don't have my house built, even though I'm not the one that is supposed to be building it. Trials and tribulations. Hey, TLO. Thank you. Thank you. I hear that thank you is in order to you, TLO, since broadcasting for Freedom Revolution Network is by great donation from TLO. So we appreciate that. Want to give that shout out. And Scarlett is on the farm. And she's supposed to be joining us, but you know how that works. You know how that works. Yeah. Tim is back with the Red Pill show. That has happened. So we're happy to have him back. Yes, TLO. We are grateful and quite thankful for you. Yeah, she does join in a lot on the drive home. But I told her she needs to suck it up, Hoover, because she's moving. She's going to be on like a homestead farm now. And, you know, like for years, she was telling me I had to suck it up, Hoover, and go live no matter what was going on, whether I was birthing goats or anything else that I freaking do. And so now I'm like, hey, you know what? Now the shoe's finally on the other foot. So suck it up, Hoover, and get your butt online. Yeah. I get to talk mad shit on her because she's my best friend and she's not here to defend herself. So it's always her fault. That's just pretty much where I am with it. Like, if she doesn't like it, too bad. She signed up for that shit when she agreed to be my best friend. Obviously, David.
I was just making sure.
While I'm live on air, you've got to make sure of these things. Thanks. Well, are you planning on actually using the fly spray right now at this minute that you had to ask me that question?
Yes, I was. I was planning on putting it on my horse.
Not at freaking 9 o'clock at night.
He's still eating his mush.
Lord, help me. Please. Oh. You know, guys, they say the Lord never gives us more than we can handle. Right? Right. Ha 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 ha. They lied, and they lied some more because I don't know. I can't handle these two children.
Is my volume not up? Oh,
And
okay.
no,
Yeah.
you're there. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm walking
I
out
had
to the
everything
garden.
set up. I had this background. It was all nice and it was set up and everything was nice. And then,
And
you
then
know,
the cat.
5 minutes on air and all of a sudden, Peanut Gallery was like maneuvering his way over behind me. And I'm like, dude, you know, you're putting yourself on camera. I don't want to be on camera. I've been saying for 10 minutes, I'm getting ready to go on air. You did not want to move. I wanted to be over there because it would make me closer to the camera. And you just laid there and wouldn't move. So then when I went live, now you want to move.
You never
And then
communicated
you
anything. God forbid I want to lay down in my, it's my bed too. I sleep here about this time every night.
Oh, he sleeps here this time every night. Do you hear this? Do you hear this? Yes. Eyeballs. You see the eyeballs? Eyeballs.
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 Legit. I gotta use this.
Oh.
I gotta use you guys as a little bit of light because I'm out here in the garden and I'm trying to.
Before I forget, Scarlett.
Yeah.
I need to tell you. So before I forget, Scarlett, I need to tell you that when I went live,
yep,
it says that LinkedIn,
yeah,
the LinkedIn live is not working.
That's okay. LinkedIn is more like
I don't care. I just wanted to let people know because it came up on my thing and it's not working.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to pick because I need a better light, y'all, because I got to pick some cucumbers and there's some zucchini to pick and there's probably some peppers. Ooh, there's a bunny out here.
And TLO says, hey, Scarlett.
Hey, TLO. How you doing?
And I mean, you can feel free to do it again, but I already gave him his 5 minutes of, well, okay, it was more like 10 seconds of fame, but I did give it to him.
Good. He deserves it. Like I said.
I did.
This broadcast brought to you by TLO.
Yes. I did give him his like.
We appreciate you, my friend. We love you and the FRN family. If I can't, I'm gonna kill myself trying to go get something to go get vegetables, y'all.
Oh, you're gonna kill
This
yourself.
is terrible. I know. It's dark and I should have brought a light, and then I thought that wasn't thinking that, well, if I'm on air, I can't use the light. So then,
So
you know.
we whitewater rafted the Arkansas today. We survived.
Oh, did you?
We did.
Wow. I don't know if I would do that. Where'd you go?
What? Where were we?
Because it looked crazy, like at like Hecla Junction, and that looked nuts to go
That's
whitewater.
where we got out.
That's where you got out? Yeah, that looked nuts. The way people were coming out of the water made me concerned, right? Because like it must be like that's where they end for a lot of these groups, and like we were watching the people come out of the raft, they look like struggle bus.
Oh, listen, it's cold and wet. Believe it.
But that's fun though. That's something you can put off your bucket list, like whitewater rafted in Colorado. Like
Yeah,
that's a big
actually,
deal.
that's like for real. It is actually a big deal down here
I
to
know.
have whitewater rafted the Arkansas and survived. And we did 10 miles. We did 10
Did
miles
you
today.
really?
10
That
miles.
was fun. Was that what? Is that what he wanted for his birthday?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good birthday present though. That was a good one.
And we
I bet
didn't
that
have
was
to go
fun.
on the tour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we went
that's even
private.
better.
We went private, so we got to
That's
drink
even better.
and
So it was
actually
just your
enjoy
own
our time.
family.
Yes.
Yeah, that's worth it.
Yeah, we got to go to a private.
Because like when I saw like the people getting out, it's like 15 people in a boat that you share, and you all become like, like I guess
we
like
had 6,
apocalypse
but
buddies,
we had 6, but it was all of us. Like it was me and the boys and Peanut Gallery, and then Peanut Gallery's friend, the hookup. We're gonna call him Riverman.
Okay, yeah.
Because he's our riverman. He's been a guided river guide or a river guide for 8 years.
Really?
So he knew his stuff, and he has his own boat.
Oh, right.
So we took his, and then
fun.
Vicky went with us.
Oh, fun.
Oh yeah, Vicky had the time of her life.
I bet.
Like, she had such a good time she couldn't remember how old she was. That's a true story. She did a high jump into the river from this rock that's special out there. And when she came up, she was like, I'm 47. I didn't have a heart attack. I'm still here. Yay. And then, like, she gets out of the water. She's like, wait, am I 47? No, she's not, by the way. She's 46. She turns 47 next month, but she had the time of her life. Okay. She had such a good time. She forgot how old she was.
Right? Dang, I can't even see.
Yes, TLO. Definitely new as shit. So that was nice. Most of ours were class 1s, class 2s, and class 3s today.
Okay. That's crazy.
Most of them were class 3s.
Right.
Some of them had some pretty scary names, like the Raft Ripper. Right. Okay. See, so your guide, who's been doing this for 8 years, explains everything gets a name on the river because, like, say, oh, this rock here, Chris is like crashed on 12 times, and now it's called Chris Rock. You know what I mean? Or this resembles something, so it got named that. Like, this looks like a raven, so we call it Raven Rock. Or 20 million rafts have been ripped up over this fucking rapid, so we call it Raft Ripper. So he's like, this is how shit gets named. And then he's like, oh, so we're gonna go over Raft Ripper, and we're all like, now wait a minute,
hold on though. You got a plan B?
Right?
Like, you got a way to get out of this if you got a raft ripped? Like, are we going to die?
Like, the ass one called?
Hemorrhoid rock.
Oh yeah,
hemorrhoid rock.
No, it wasn't Hemorrhoid Rock. It was Hemorrhoid Rapids because they're a pain in the ass with Preparation H Rock. Like in
That
the
did
middle
not
of it.
soothe. That did not soothe my behind. Okay.
Right.
I
Thank you. Thank
I just
you.
felt like that was
And
a
the
lot.
last one that we went through, unfortunately, didn't work for me. Apparently, it was supposed to be my rapid called the Widowmaker,
Oh, okay.
but he's still here.
Holy crap! Look at these zucchinis, man. I wish I could show you these zucchinis. I wonder
He
if I
did
can.
not fall out of the raft.
Can you see that?
No,
The zucchini. You
no.
see that? You guys see zucchini?
We see you moving a lot and some like
I'm not moving anything. That's a zucchini. See?
we can't
Just
see
a
the zucchini. We just see little.
It's dark green at night, lady.
That's color on the zucchini.
No.
There is see.
And every time you try to show us the
There is
zucchini, it freezes and makes you sound like a robot zombie.
It's so rude.
It's probably a robot zombie.
So that's what we did with our day, most of it. Well, I guess that, well, the majority of the day, yeah, that's what we did.
Right?
It was good times. It was really good times.
Okay. Let's see. Now can we see the
Now we
zucchini?
can see it because you picked it.
Yeah. See, look how nice it is. It's wonderful.
Nice.
So it's gonna go in my bag. And I've got some zucchini and then some peppers and then cucumbers that I can pick.
TLO, I love you. He's like anything
Right?
called something that will deprive a person from their spouse is some serious shit.
You know what I mean? Though? Like that's real. Let's see my peppers. I'm trying to see my peppers, and then all these tomato cages are in my way and about to kill me. So that
So it was
rough.
nice. And it wasn't cold and miserable like rafting was in Pennsylvania until like the last mile that we
Probably
had to
once
go.
you get like
And it wouldn't have
to
even
the
been bad
bone.
for the last mile, except we stopped at this rock because, you know, Mike likes to get in the water and he likes all that. And so we stopped on this rock, and I don't know, it's like diving rock or whatever. And it's like the one spot that you can go up and just, it's like a high dive by God. Okay. And,
Right.
Mike was all scaredy cat about it and didn't want to jump, and David was all scaredy cat about it and didn't want to jump, and I didn't even try to jump.
Really?
I'm afraid of heights.
Well, I can
didn't even go
maybe
up.
David, but Mike, wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mike
look
got all
at
scaredy.
Mini
So
Peanut
Vinny,
Gallery. Oh, look at Mini Peanut Gallery up in the show now, y'all. I give to you Mini Peanut Gallery in the back.
Mini Peanut Gallery in the background. Yes, that would be him.
Because all of a sudden I just heard him peep up like Peanut Gallery. Oh, that spot's usually reserved for Peanut Gallery.
Your shirt, you're missing a button at the top.
Yeah, I know.
You have, oh my good God.
I did it in the truck.
He's blaming the truck. No, it's not the truck. He just put this shirt on to come back here and try to get on the camera, and he missed a button.
No.
He buttoned it up wrong.
Actually, I've had this on the whole ride. The whole ride home, I switched him in this outfit because it was.
So, yeah. Well,
didn't have a shower
so
done,
they
and
didn't
everyone
want
got
to,
a
but then
shower.
Vicky charged up there and she did it. And then Mike ended up doing it, but because he really just kind of like psyched himself out, and then he like tried to run, and then he tried to stop at the last minute, and he was, the rock's slippery, so he tried to stop, and he was just like, and it was over, and he was in, and then he was like, oh, I'm gonna do it again, and so he goes up there all big and brave, and then was like, no, I can't really do it. And then he wouldn't do it a second time. Like, God pushed him the first time, and that was enough. He was done. And David was like, I already died twice this year. I'm not doing it. So David totally pulled his I already died twice this year card out. And that was his moment there of,
Sorry, not doing it.
live and let die.
Yeah, he was all like, "You only live once." I was like, "Well."
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
said that to me,
Riverman
I
was like, you
twice.
only live once, and David was like, technically not true. Yes, Pam. Oh, David, you have no flippin' idea. It's okay though, because Mom's taking it back, and she was giving it back to him today for the first time. So, that happened. But
You could please sit down and go for it.
sorry about that. Sorry about that. Hello, Keep. Scarlett was with us, and I don't know what happened. She must have lost signal or something out there. You never know out there. So, that was our big excitement today, was the whitewater rafting thing, and that was some pretty big excitement. Lots of people die on that river every year, so we're quite blessed that we weren't able to go out, quite blessed that we were, we made it back, and that we were so blessed with great weather, and just everything was really, really nice. Yeah, she is picking vegetables. For sure.
Feel nice, dumb cat?
Is doing that. Yeah, so she was doing that. And yeah. So, hashtag Colorado Life with Red. Okay, so today is some stuff. It's got a weird name. It's called bootlegger. We're getting there. I got a whole eighth of this. It's top shelf, so it was a little bit more expensive than the norm. Let's see if you can see down in there. all of that delightful goodness there.
Ooh, Colorado Life was red. Just the right
Yes,
time.
just in time. This is called bootlegger.
Ooh. What's that? Indica sativa? What is it? Hybrid?
It's a hybrid.
Right.
Sativa. It's sativa heavy hybrid.
Right.
And it's 20.87.
Ooh.
And that's a good picture. It lets you guys see it really nice.
It is a good picture, actually.
And you know, it's all legal, guys. I live in Colorado. I buy this all legally, so let's not get excited.
Right.
Okay, I'll show you a lovely little. There he is.
Ooh. There's a little nugget. Oh, does it have little purple hairs or red hairs or
Oh yeah.
a couple? Looks like little perps in there. It looks nice.
It is. Oh, I wish it was smell-o-vision, guys. Oh my
Me
god.
too.
This
Yeah.
smells like
Ooh, yeah.
okay. It
I'm so
smells
excited.
like
Look.
it smells when you
Look.
pop it open in the vehicle that you're sitting in
What do you
before you
think I'm gonna
wrap
do
it.
with this? I'm gonna make fried green tomatoes.
Oh, nice.
Yes. They're pretty big too. They look really good. All
Nice.
organic. Yeah, so I got like 3 zucchini and some cucumbers and green tomatoes. So and then I'm gonna try to make it out to the second garden to see if I can harvest some Swiss chard. But you guys, holy crap! In the 2 weeks since
Oh, she left again. Oh, and she's
I
back
keep
again.
forgetting you can't like touch the button I want to touch. I can't. Okay, and I keep doing it. So continuing on. Since we've been here, holy overgrowth! Like you can tell, like because it's been so hot, everything is just blooming and flourishing and just literally like the freaking pumpkins like choked out all my plants over here. Like I'm so sad. Like
Anyone
freaking
who's
pumpkins.
watching, okay, I like to watch the smoke when I smoke because it's very telling. Anybody who sages or smudges can
Right.
watch smoke and be able to tell you things that is happening within the smoke. It's almost like rune
Tea
reading
leaf.
or tea leaf reading.
Right. First thing I thought about when you said that was tea leaves. Oh, I wish I could show you my cord, y'all. My cord
Hey,
looks so
TLO,
good.
we're trying to run a slightly clean show here.
Or are you trying to say you're trying to shut us down? What you trying to say,
No,
TLO?
no, he said I'd like to touch some buttons I'm not supposed to. That's why I was like, hey, we try to run a slightly clean show here.
Lightly. Lightly, y'all.
Oh,
That's
guys,
just
I saw the
light.
best. I saw the best meme, and I'm just gonna share it. Okay, I'm just gonna say it and hashtag I
Look
said
at
what I
my
said.
carrots, y'all. Look at my carrots. See them?
Yeah, good job.
Those are
Hashtag
black.
I said
Yeah, they're
black
black
carrots.
nebula carrots. So they're going to be purple carrots, like a real
Yeah,
dark purple.
those are really cool.
Them are cool. So I thought those would be neat to like make food with. And then you guys, okay, so I got to tell you one more thing. This damn cantaloupe, right? I didn't think it was going to survive. A few weeks ago, it was 2 sad ass leaves. Look at it now. Look at it now. Like it just
Mm-hmm.
like boomed. Like I don't know what the hell happened. Like it was almost dead. And then I want to go out here to go look at my lettuce and shit, but you guys, it's so bad. There's so many bugs. It's so bad. And so many weeds. Like weeding has taken over. Like you You can't even stop it. You can't even stop it. I don't even see my potatoes anymore. I don't even see my onions anymore. Like, the weeding on the farm is real. Like, seriously. Like, here's a pumpkin, too. And this is, like, growing all over. And the pumpkins are really, like, taking our shit out, man. But we've got a bunch of different kinds. Oh, look at the onions, though. This is what I'm really proud of. Look at the onions. They're all really big. And some of these, like, you can see the bulb coming out of the ground. And they're fucking huge. Yeah, see, purple onion. I'm very excited.
Oh, so I was gonna say hashtag I said what I said, and I saw it in a meme, but it was like the next step, cashless society. Do you know what that means? A world with no strippers. Is that the America you want to live in?
Yeah, look, I don't know if this is like a little watermelon or some type of pumpkin or something, but it's dope. Pretty excited about it. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, farmers market could disappear. Think about that
Oh,
with a
yeah.
cashless society.
Yeah.
How do you
And
go
something
to
that
like a
nobody has
roadside
given
farmers
any
market
thought to.
stand?
And something that nobody's given any thought to, but I think about every day because I work in the industry. End of the weed industry if they do away with cash, guys. It's an all
You
cash
couldn't.
business because it's still
But you know what? I could see them. Well, I could see them trying to approve it. Oh, kitties, y'all done followed me out here. Look, kitties, y'all. These kitties be following me everywhere. Kitties.
That's because they love you. They want to marry you.
No, I don't be messing with cats like that. They be wanting on me though. It's cool though. Barn kitties are cool though, cause like barn cats and I can get along because barn cats only want like an iota of attention and then they're over with it. You know what I mean? It's not like they want to keep sitting there messing with you like a house cat.
Right.
So there is that. Oh yeah, I should look at what Jay Morrell's doing. I like her. Large table cooking or large family table. I think that's a large Jammerel Stewart's large family table, I think is what her channel is called. And I love her videos. She's got a bunch of kids and she like homeschools and makes freezer meals and like all types of stuff. And that's goals. She's goals. That's all I can say. She is goals. Why is that button being touched? There we go.
Stop touching.
It had like the button and it was gonna like shut us off.
Well, no buttons for you.
Buttons.
Button Nazis. No buttons.
Button Nazis. No soup for you.
No soup. No soup for you. That's not even funny anymore because you can't get soup anymore unless you're wearing a fucking mask.
That's true. Well, here you can still for now.
Oh, we can't. We can't.
I know Colorado is
it is fucking horrific. We have one county
you know what I want to say?
I want to give a shout out right now. Okay, and this is a loud shout out.
That's all I gotta say for Colorado.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We haven't been given our hunger zones, in case you want to know. We haven't been assigned zones yet.
Well, I feel like FEMA regions could be our zones.
But okay, so I want to give a big shout out to Washington County, Colorado. I have no idea where the hell you are, but listen,
I think it's northern Colorado.
You are damn lucky to have the sheriff that you have. Damn lucky, and appreciate him for him standing up for your constitutional rights, both federally as well as state, because he refuses to follow the mask mandate because it is unconstitutional. So I'm giving the shout out
Oh,
right now
that's
to
where,
Washington County Sheriff
you
in
know what?
Colorado. Thank you, sir, for actually
That's
upholding your vows.
that's where one of our new hosts, Aurora Rosa, is from. That's where it's by Akron, so it's north of Denver, I believe. Like around between Denver and I
Oh,
think like Greeley or something, like up that way, Washington County.
but I
That's
need
where
to let
Akron.
everybody know. Okay, this is a heads up because we're seeing it happening, right? One state
Right.
implements something and then the other states follow,
Oh
right?
yeah, it's almost on the border. It's way up, um, up by like almost the border of like Montana. It's like a county away from the top. It up in the upper right corner of Colorado.
Right. Right.
But yeah, that's actually where one of our new hosts live. So we'll have to
Yeah.
ask her about that too, just to confirm. Make sure like the town isn't giving anybody crap. But I'm sure she could tell us because she lives there.
Right. Now, because the sheriff has stood up like publicly and said he will not uphold this unconstitutional executive order.
All I got is a juice box to drink, you guys. This is rough.
Okay, but now I wanted to give that shout out to him and say thank you for actually upholding your vows.
Well, that's the truth. It's like, it's sad that we have to even applaud people of the law to follow the Constitution. When you really
Sad
think
day, but true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I also want to remind everybody out there that works as a police officer, especially, okay, because right now it's going to fall on the police, and that's sad because they've already got so much going against them to be putting this in their boat too. Okay, but I just want to say, please remember that you took an oath.
To preserve the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Now that's our military.
No, even sheriffs take that same oath.
Do they?
They do, to uphold the Constitution. Yeah, they do. Because they're
Well,
constitutional sheriffs.
Uphold the Constitution. I just didn't know that it was all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yeah, no, it's in the oath. Only for sheriffs, though, not for police. Only for sheriffs.
Right. So
because of the way that the sheriff position was created.
Please remember that you took an oath, because right now this is happening. But I need you all to think about something. Back in the day, it was happening somewhere else too. And guess what happened? It was something called the Nuremberg trials.
Right.
If you do not remember them, you need to look them up.
Okay? Don't think you're going to be one of these people who skate by and never get charged. Because you know what? I don't know if I about you, but I'm going to guarantee a lot of these old timers, because they had one in Minnesota that they were going to try to send back to trial, right? Because he had been a part of, Nazi war crimes. And, I don't know how you could live and just pretend as if your life changed when it actually didn't. And so people need to remind themselves, and maybe people just don't have consciences anymore. Maybe they just don't have a conscience why none of this stuff bothers them. I don't know. Maybe we're in the minority of human beings that exist as souls right now, where we actually feel remorse for actions. I'm really starting to believe that people just are not capable of, because it makes no sense why you would.
So I want to remind everybody out there who is going to use I don't want to say excuse, because for you it's not an excuse, okay? When you say it, you're quite sincere when you say it, but you say, I'm just doing my job. That's what the Nuremberg trials were about.
Yep. I'm on there.
Just doing their jobs. And they were killed for it.
Right.
Okay. Remember that.
Right.
Okay. I put a song up It's a very old song. It's by Toby Keith, and it was for 9/11. Um,
Oh no.
but I still put it up. And I put it up because there was a particular part in it that really struck me. And that part is we got sucker punched from somewhere way out in the back. But when we started figuring it out and we could see things clearly through our big black eye, which is coming, okay, our eyes all swollen right now, we can't see nothing, but we're going to start to see. And when we can finally see through our big black eye, we're going to light up your world like the 4th of July.
Yep. Ain't that the truth?
All right? Because we have been sucker punched. Make no mistake.
Vegetables. Right? Well, see, I think it's even worse than that. I think like they've got us like punched in the eye and suffocated. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, dude. They're cutting off your air. They're cutting off your O2 because it deprives your oxygen. It deprives your brain of oxygen, which kills then brain cells.
right? Trying to get everything ready.
And there's a lot of different controversies about the mask, and I don't even want to get into the whole controversies of it. The bottom line is, you know, raw cookie dough is not supposed to be consumed. Okay? But we still do it. We know we've been warned, but let us live our damn life.
Let me come out in front of the barn. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. See, I can see Neo eyes again. Not as good as last night, but I was gonna come out and kind of look at it really quick. You can see it under the Big Dipper. I don't know if you've seen it yet, G, but you should go outside and look at it.
Oh, dude, we had such the great view of that damn comet yesterday. It was crazy.
Ours was really good. Now I can only imagine at elevation how great it would have been because ours was pretty good, and I mean, we ain't at elevation, so
Yeah.
dope.
They
Y'all,
are.
kitties. I done fed you guys
Yes.
like 20 times. Kitties.
And okay, I do want to also just say that there's a lot of people that like to say stuff like
kitties. These are other kitties.
there's a lot of people that want to say stuff like,
This
oh,
kitty that only bothers me
surgeons and nurses wear the masks all the time and they're just fine. They don't wear them all the time.
And they
only
pump in
wear
oxygen
them.
into the room.
Right.
That's the big thing people need to remind themselves that they're in a sterile room, first of all, sterile, which is why you can wear the surgical mask because it's sterile. Number two, they also pump oxygen into the room to keep the oxygen levels up. And I'm sorry, they're starting to do some of these like experiments, like nurses are, and putting on like 5 masks and then putting on like the SpO2 monitor. People are already doing that and proving that their oxygen is going down. So I'm sorry, somebody in a nurse's outfit doesn't change my mind. Maybe it didn't happen for you, but it's happening for other people. There's been 20 years of studies on this.
Right.
20 years of studies.
Okay, so the one red flag thing that I need to discuss with everybody, because like I said, it seems to be following suit, like when one place starts doing it, other places follow. So it came out on Denver Health, okay, like their official Denver Health site.
So I got 2 spots.
Okay. Official Denver Health site says between the 17th and I think it's the 25th or 6th, they're going to be doing random in-house like visits to ask you questions about your health and take blood samples.
Nope. I'm not down with that.
To test you, wait, it gets better. To test you for COVID-19. to test you for COVID, but for the antibodies of COVID, then explains what antibodies are. Then it says that this particular test will not tell them if you've had COVID-19 or if you are positive for COVID-19. So what the freak is the point of the test then? Why are you taking blood samples?
Right. If they say their own website that they can't guarantee that the test, even if positive, that you have COVID.
No, it doesn't even say it can't guarantee it. It says that the test that they're going to give you when they come to your house randomly does not tell you if you have COVID-19. That's not what the test is for. The test is to check you for antibodies for other COVID strains. Now, then it continues. Then it continues. Oh, this is the part I love the best. Everyone in the household, including children, will be expected to participate.
See, and that's not informed consent, because then you're giving consent to people who can't consent themselves, you know?
Okay. Then it says participation is voluntary. You may ask any questions you want. No. You may ask any questions you want before agreeing to volunteer.
I don't know about that, because I don't trust that. You want to know why I don't trust it? I'm going to give you one good example why I do not trust this, okay?
The syphilis experiment?
No. The people in Kentucky, okay? We're on the
What was that called? What was the syphilis experiment called?
Have you heard about the couple?
The Tuskegee experiment.
Oh yeah, Tuskegee, but yeah, not even that. There's a couple in Kentucky who were trying to see their grandmother in the nursing home. So they asked her and her husband to take a COVID-19 test, right? So they take this COVID-19 test and they end up coming out positive. Well, in their county or whatever, they were told that they had to talk to the health department, right? Health department says, oh, you can ask us any questions you want, but after we're done, we have to sign this piece of paper. Well, the paper basically said that because you have COVID-19, you can't leave your house for any reason, including going to the ER without calling the health authority first. The woman said, well, I just don't feel comfortable with signing this because if I need to go to the ER, I'm not going to that before I go to the ER. I have coronavirus with the way they're dropping like flies, right? They fucking put ankle bracelets on them.
Stop. Go back, because they like scrambled you all up.
Oh, okay. So when they asked the woman, did you hear about the part where they wanted her to sign the paper?
Yes.
So
where they scrambled
they wanted her to sign.
Is when she said, I'm not comfortable with that, and then we got scrambled.
Okay, so she was like, I don't feel comfortable with the fact that I would have to contact you as the health department before I go to the hospital, because they told her you can't even go to the ER without our permission. So she says, so they said, she said she signed the one paper that like acknowledged that she had COVID, but she refused to sign the paper that said she would stay home for 2 weeks with no exceptions, because she said, I just don't feel comfortable. If I get really sick, I need to go to the ER. They fucking put ankle bracelets on her and her husband and want to take her kid now.
Yep. But I'm just saying.
So I don't feel like when they say ask all the questions you want, we'll make you feel comfortable. She said she's totally fine with, the quarantine and all that, but she's just like, I'm not going to ask permission to go to the hospital. There's no way.
Yeah. I'm just letting people know that they're trying to do these random house checks in Denver.
Right.
And that they're going to ask questions. They're going to try to take blood samples. and they expect it from everyone in the household that they knock on the door of. And, you know, I'm just letting people know because I would be interested to know anyone that turns them down and what their response was. And if you can tell us what their response was, more to the point. I want to know if there's anybody out there that didn't comply. If they've knocked on your door and you haven't complied, I want to hear from you. I want to know what they said. I want to know if they gave you a hard time. I want to know if they threatened you. I want to know whatever it is I can possibly know.
Well, it's a good point. Hey, Casimiro. We haven't seen you in a while. How are you, my friend? Because they say, oh, we'll be your friend. Oh, you can ask all the questions you want. But I just feel like when they get there, are they like, aren't you sure you want to help?
And this is why I feel like
aren't you sure? Are you sure? You don't want to help the community. Are you sure?
Let me explain why I think it's a trap. Okay. Anybody who's ever dealt with, let's say, CPS, okay, children and youth,
right?
Whatever they're called in your state, okay?
Yeah, DCFS, whatever they're called.
Yeah. All right. Anybody who's ever dealt with it, and they come and they're like, we got an anonymous blah blah, and we need to investigate. Okay. They come, they investigate. They're like, oh, there's nothing here for us. There's no case. And then they're like, help with anything? And you're like, excuse me? They're like, do you need help? Like, do you need help to pay your rent? Do you need help to get groceries? Do you need help to pay your electric? And a lot of people are like, oh, you offer that? Let me get on that fucking train. Because then you're like, oh yeah, I could use help paying my rent. You're honestly just thinking that they're trying to help you. They're not. They're looking for a new case because see, now you just admitted you can't pay your rent. Now there is a threat that your children could be homeless. Guess what that means? They get to open a case. They may give you the money to go ahead and pay rent and keep a roof over your head, but it also gives them now the right to open a 3 to 6 month case on you. And now they're going to monitor if you've paid your rent on time every month. And if you don't, they coming after you about it.
True. That's true. You know, people don't think about that though. And then too, that case stays open for 5 years, even if they close it. So even if, let's say, they just come in your life quick and, you know what I mean, it counts against your record. Let's say you ever wanted to adopt a child or anything. That's on your record for 5 years, even if it's clear.
It is on your record for 5 years. It's not active and it's not open anymore, but it stays there for 5 years. Yes, you are correct.
Yep.
However, if they find something wrong, okay, like in the case of Biodad, okay, it'll never come off his record that they've deemed him to be unemotional.
Oh, unemotional.
Yes, they actually gave him like a bunch of tests, and they said that he showed no empathy.
Right. Well, it's true. They ain't lied, though. Like, I'm sorry. Usually they're like, oh, no, they're wrong. But
yeah, no, they said that he had empathy and that he showed no nurturing or ability to nurture. He showed no ability to nurture.
Right.
And borderline psychotic. And they wanted me and Peanut Gallery to sign a paper that wouldn't let him anywhere near the kids. And we refused. We said, absolutely not. We're not doing that. You know, no matter what, that's their dad. And we're not That was never our intention. We weren't trying to take the kids away from him. We didn't call you all. We didn't ask you to get involved in our lives.
Right.
You know, we were all just fine. And you all came up in our business. So the only reason that we had a case kept open on us actually was because of him, because we wouldn't sign the paper that said that we wouldn't let him see the children anymore.
Sad.
Dude,
That's
they made him move out and everything because he was living with us at that time. They made him move out and everything before they would close our case.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Because, like, okay, let's, for instance, the last guys in Texas, that 85 babies have now tested positive for coronavirus. 85 babies.
Go back because again they're jumbling you all up.
Okay, so Texas, right?
Texas.
85 babies. Okay, 85 babies.
85 babies.
Okay.
I feel like I'm playing
for
charades
COVID.
right now. 85
I
babies
know,
what?
So weird. Tested positive for COVID.
Okay.
Now, here's state with a plan called Plan Ahead Minnesota, which launches Plan Ahead Minnesota.
Right, TLO. Every time she mentions Texas, they jumble her all up, don't they?
Dang, you just got cut out too.
Because I said Texas.
Cut for that. We're not just.
Hey, Bonnie.
Yeah, we're not allowed here. I'll tell you that. Stay at home in that lower walls came up with, and
We can't tell what you're saying. No idea what you're saying. And she's gone. Yeah, we apparently are not allowed. They're on to us. Shit. Yes. Yes. Right there. You said it. And so maybe we should just call it T, the big T. Did they jumble me up when I said big T? Maybe we can get away with that. Maybe we can do that. Big T. Okay, whatever you do, don't say that word. Just say big T.
right? Okay, right. So here we'll use that word. Okay. Here they have come up with a thing called Make a Plan. Okay. And they want you to write down all like the routines of your children and like what they like for comfort, what they like to eat, what they want for like in case you catch COVID, right? And I just find it interesting that Big T, right? So we're gonna call it the Big T over here. Big T has now got 85 babies who just tested positive. Now, here there's a woman named Cure Citizen Lobbyist on Facebook. You guys know where I'm at, so just replace that with the word. Who has followed this because she is a child care provider. Now, our state in particular in March allotted for extra money due to COVID to open up emergency centers that they could then change the bed requirements for children who are staying there. Now, I'm going to bring this up because Mr. Tire's mom does daycare. And they allow for so many rules for special beds that you can't even just have like any bed you want the kids to sleep on. They just approved to have children sleeping together on cots, which would be illegal for Mr. Tire's mom to do at her daycare. But now they can open up these giant facilities that will be open like overnight, and they're going to be able to put these kids in cots. Now, I just feel like the next logical thing that's coming down the pipe, right, is you start telling people to make a plan. You start telling people, oh, this is what would you need if somebody else is taking care of your children? And then you start getting pockets like the Big T, where a whole bunch of babies start testing positive. If that happens here, will they then enact these centers and start snatching the damn kids? You know, and they said too, if you think about in that short documentary movie they made, Pandemic, with Dr. Judy Mikovits, she talks about how if anybody has had an influenza shot in the last 5 years, that you are more likely and probably already have coronavirus in your system. If anybody's even caught a common cold in their lifetime, you can have coronavirus and have this COVID test go positive. And so with that being said, like Bonnie said, why test the babies if they have no symptoms? See, this is why I'm concerned, because I feel like they're just going to start snatching the kids, and they just keep saying, oh, it's extraordinary times. It's extraordinary times. So we don't have to listen to the law. We can change the law. We can do whatever we want. And now I feel like
why, for instance, are you coming into random homes in Denver and doing blood tests, and you say that it's only to show the antibodies of COVID, but not COVID-19, and won't tell you if you have COVID-19 or have had it? So why are you randomly coming and testing for this?
Right. Why would you want to go see positive cases? See, they're doing this whole contact tracing thing ass backwards, which makes me feel like it's fucky. Because if it was real, you would go out and try to swab as many like community members to see where the positive hotspots are, not who has antibodies. What the hell do antibodies have to do with it? Because that means you're already over it. We looking for the folks who are spreading it.
Now, Peanut Gallery earlier was talking to his mother.
Oh, right.
And he brought up a very valid fact. Or more, I guess, it's not a fact. It's more a theory or a hypothesis.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But he wants to, we have to go back to biblical things, okay? And we're gonna talk for a minute about Noah and the ark.
Right.
Okay. And we have many theories about the ark, okay? But the one that I find to be
just going back and reading Genesis, because there's a group of 4,000 women right now who are going through the next year and reading the Bible cover to cover.
I'm covering this right now, Bonnie.
Yeah, so if people want to join that challenge too, I highly recommend.
Now, one of the theories about Noah and the ark, like how could he have put that many, animals on this ark? And one of the theories is maybe he didn't. Maybe he had blood samples, DNA samples.
Ooh. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Because we can recreate from those samples. Are they coming to take our blood and test us because they're getting ready to wipe out everything and then recreate only what they want? Remember, this was two kind of Hitlers almost exact plan.
Alex Jones said that, and Alex Jones said they were going to have like a breeder program, kind of like Handmaid's Tale, which I found very, very interesting. And he said that shit years ago. And everybody's always like, oh, crazy ass Alex Jones. Alex Jones so goddamn crazy. How crazy is Alex Jones now? Seriously.
Listen, I'm
crazy
going to
is Alex
remind
Jones
everybody.
now?
I'm going to remind everybody of this one fact. Okay? One
Right.
fact right now. It's only a conspiracy theory until it turns out to be true. Hey, we've been
True.
true
Because you
a
know
lot
what? There is a
lately.
CIA, right? There's a
See
CIA
this?
declassified
This
document
my truth
that we need to go
conspiracy
back
dance. Oh, we've been right. We've been right. It ain't conspiracy when it's right. This my conspiracy right dance right now. Ooh, you lose.
Well, yeah, because I mean, exactly, Bonnie. What do they plan to create? Well, we all know what they want to create: transhumanist, genetically modified human beings. That's the bottom line. That's what they want, and they could be looking to thin out certain bloodlines
Biblically?
too right now.
Biblically, they talk about this, the perfect
Yeah.
race. That's what they're trying to create. That's exactly what Hitler was trying to create.
He wanted to recreate the Atlanteans, but still, because he wanted their powers. But still. That's why you needed the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, very fair
Well,
skin,
for
because
him,
those genes come
the
from
Atlanteans was the perfect race.
We're a
To
superior
him.
race. I mean,
Yeah, the superior.
if they built what
They also say
I don't blame them.
they also say that Hitler had DNA samples of that perfect superior race.
Yes, and this is why he was doing the test with like Dr. Mengele and had a whole medical team, because this is what they were looking for. They were looking for these genetic markers and factors. They were looking to see how, when we did this, what would result. You know,
yes.
with things
Whoever
like,
you are, Rock. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
Rock Midnight, the code breaker. That's what I keep thinking. They're looking for certain peoples and certain bloodlines and certain DNA signatures. And
if we want to go biblically, if we want to go biblically, we're looking for the lost tribe.
A couple weeks ago, Red? Remember when I brought up a couple weeks ago, Red, like what happened to all the military facilities that they had opened, that they were going to put all the COVID folks at, and then all of a sudden, I think it's Arkansas now is opened up these COVID centers to bring the people to. This is my concern, is where it's going to. If it is certain DNA lines that they're trying to get rid of, or that they're trying to test off of, they're going to open up more of these military facilities that they already paid for, that they already set up 6 months ago. Because remember, 25 facilities at military installations were set up to bring COVID patients. They never fucking went. Now, Arkansas just opened it up to start bringing people to theirs.
Right. Now, if we want to go biblically, they're looking for the lost tribe of David.
Yep. Oh, yeah. See, look, Rockspin Knight said, if you really want to know, they're trying to kill the original children of Israel. Absolutely.
The lost tribe of David.
They need to erase it. Because if you get that bloodline off of the earth, the power that these people would be able to take control of. Yes.
It shifts.
The timeline shifts, the energy shifts, and even maybe they're trying to capture like the crystalline DNA embedments. You know what I mean? They're trying to capture those and take them out.
Yes. And again, as TLO said, people who are immune. Yes, because the disease is going to wipe out people. I believe that it is a man-made disease. I believe that the disease was made specifically to do exactly what it is doing. It is taking out people who are not of the correct DNA patterning. This is why it is a DNA virus.
Yes. And this is why they're creating mRNA vaccines to try to combat that because they're going for our DNA level. Once they put something like that in there, we don't know what our DNA will be signaled to do, how to change.
Right. And yes, TLO, they are out there. And at one time here on Journey, we had actually tracked them through the different places that they were, from Ireland and what they changed their name to, which was actually Macintosh, because it's my family's last name, unfortunately. Okay. And we won't talk about my husband's
Eyeballs.
family name in Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta find something because, I mean,
But
I
we
would
tracked
hope-
them actually from Ireland to their next spot, to the next spot, to America.
right.
And we do
Yeah,
know what
because
their
there
last
was a
name is
group
here
of
in America.
researchers. It's like a husband and wife group of researchers who wrote the book, like the Lost Tribes of Israel, and they talk
Right.
about like that migration and where they
Right.
went after that and how they spread out to all the different places. And it was more for security purposes than anything because they realized that they were persecuted people under the Lord, and so it was better for them to split up than to stay all together if you're trying to be attacked and wiped off the face of the earth. This is a battle that's been happening for a long time.
Well, we've been saying it for 4+ years now. Wake up.
True.
We're in a spiritual battle. This is not a physical battle. It's a spiritual battle. And because we have ignored it spiritually, it is coming to a physical head. This is what happens when we ignore the energies. They take everything until you acknowledge them. Okay, if you didn't want to acknowledge the energy shift when it was mental, you didn't want to acknowledge it when it was spiritual, you didn't want to acknowledge it when it shifted to mental, you didn't want to acknowledge it when it shifted to
Even just social or psychological levels.
Yeah. You didn't want to acknowledge it, so it's coming to its physical.
Yeah, well, but that's because too, just with any energy, a lot of people with anxiety don't realize, like, if you don't take care of it, it'll physically manifest into physical symptoms, right?
That's
And
right.
people don't think
That's right.
about that. They
That's
don't
part of
understand
emotion
that.
coding.
Yeah, and I didn't understand that until I got anxiety as an adult. And then I realized, like, I'm getting physical symptoms because I'm not taking care of, mental feelings that I may or may not have had control over, but I had control over the way that I could think about it and I could feel about it.
Yes.
We do know things are about to get really turned up. We really do. We feel like we are on the back, and especially me being here in Minneapolis, Rock by Night. I feel it. I feel it every day. I feel the tension rising. I feel the people getting more angry within each other. TLO and I were talking about this tonight before I got to the farm about how, this is how you know when it's getting bad, because every day people are starting to lose their fucking minds and lose them in a bad way. And I mean,
Yes.
just attacking each other and just cutting each other down.
For
Even
instance,
Poland, you're a selfish bastard if you don't wear a mask, and just starting to make
and
that
for
culture that
instance,
it's okay to scream at each other and it's okay
So-
to hit one another.
so I had to go do my errands.
Right.
I went to do them, and I'm out and about, and I'm doing them on Friday, and I go into Walmart. Now, it's mandated masks, so I didn't want to argue with anybody. I didn't want to make a statement. I just wanted to go in, get my stuff. It's already been a horrible experience because Peanut Gallery will not give in on this mask thing. Like, he absolutely won't. It triggers his PTSD. He's not going to do it. Okay,
Right.
he's just not. And believe what you want, but he is a young veteran, and he was taught that these people in these black masks are the enemy. He wants to, like, he has moments where you have to remind him that he's here and he's not killing everyone.
Right.
Okay. Or they're not trying to kill him, more to the point.
Right. And people don't think
Okay.
about that though. Even like, rape victims or victims of childhood sexual abuse, or a lot of different people. I had one gal on my Facebook say today, I can't wear a mask because when I was a kid, I used to get choked out by my mom, and I would turn like 5,000 different colors and shades of blue, and there's just no way. There's just no way. I can't do it, and nobody's
Now,
thinking about that.
he won't give. Okay, so let me just explain to people. He walked into the first gas station to get cigarettes and diesel. They were really rude to him. They let him stand in line. They let him get to the register, no mask.
Why
And then
even let
they're
it
like,
go that far? Why not just say leave? Like, why even go through all that? Like, they like doing
then,
it. Like, you know what I
then they're
mean?
like, well, then they're like, we need an ID to sell you cigarettes.
Okay.
Okay, now she's making the eyeballs because she knows what my husband looks like.
Right. He does not look like a child. Okay. At all.
Okay, so
He got
then
big
they make him
grizzly
go out.
beard, long hair. Like, that didn't. He's not a child because it would have took longer to grow that. Okay. Then the child would have been alive. Okay. That's it.
Okay, now he comes out, he gets his ID, goes back in. He gets back in line. They're like, you have to put on a mask.
Yep. For what? I already been in the store, supposedly spreading the Rona everywhere at this point. If your logic is true, why would you want me to come right back in? Like, just let me purchase my things and say, you know what? Next time, don't come back in here without it. It's not hard.
But no, they're like, you need a mask. And he's like, I don't have one. And they're like, then you have to leave.
And what if
So he
people
was like-
genuinely can't afford one? Like, have they thought about that too? Like, if people genuinely, honestly can't afford a mask?
So then he was like, fine, whatever, you lose my business then. So we went to another gas station down the road. He gets out of the truck. He walks to the front door. He gets one foot in the door. The door's propped open. He gets one foot in the front door, and the lady's like, you have to have a mask. He's like, no. She's like, we sell them. He's like, no. She's like, then you can't do business here. So he's like, fine. So then we go to so then he takes me to Walmart, where I do put the mask on to get into Walmart. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm in Walmart for a little bit, and I took the mask down.
Right.
Okay. Now, I don't have my mask with me right now because we just got back from whitewater rafting and it was soaked.
Right.
But I have a tie mask. Okay. So I had to pull down, and it was like right about here because I was smelling my vegetables and stuff as I was getting them. Okay.
Right.
This woman, random, walks up to me, looks at me, and I smiled.
Oh.
Okay.
Right.
And she literally was kind of like, don't smile at me, you selfish bastard. Put your mask on. You need to back up out of my
See,
bubble.
this is the breakdown. See, this is a breakdown of society that somebody, you don't know what's happening to that person. That person can be having like a panic attack at that moment. and they're saying, oh, care for the health of others. Care for the health of others while you wear the mask. But then you don't think about what could actually be happening to someone at that time. That's all.
She's like, you could be infecting.
And rock by night, we're not wearing masks either. Like, it's real. Like, no.
And then she's like, you could be.
If it was so deadly, we wouldn't be wearing them now.
Then she was like, you could be spreading germs to the autoimmune. And I was like, I am the autoimmune compromised.
Right.
Okay. I am the people that you're saying need to be protected. And I'm saying, I didn't ask you to protect me. Leave me alone. And she's like, she started calling me names. Then her husband made a snide comment about, well, obviously you can look at her hair and tell she's not intelligent.
Look here, that really like busted me.
My hair?
Like that really, I was just like, are you for real? Like, you know, I hate to do these.
They're jumbling you all up.
Like, people over your side.
They're jumbling you all up. We can't hear you.
Oh,
I mean, we can hear you, but we can't make out what you're saying.
oh. Right? It was a couple, Casimirio. It was a couple. It was a man and a woman. Like
Yes.
a wife and husband duo.
Yes.
That makes it worse that these people are like partners in crime in life and just feel you can treat others that way. What happened to like the old rule that was like, you know, if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. What happened to that?
Oh, then she literally looked at me and was like, I'm calling the police right now because you're not wearing a mask.
The police? What are the police supposed to do? See, here's my thing. We're letting people out of jail for COVID, but you can go to jail for no mask.
So I took a note from a meme at that moment because you know me.
Right.
And I literally looked in her cart and I literally grabbed the first processed thing that I saw, which was some chicken patties. And I was like, oh, these are processed and absolutely no good for you, and threw them on the floor. And she looked at me and she was like, don't touch my groceries. And I was like, but it's for the health of everyone, right? That you eat healthy.
Right.
And she was like,
now we're making sure everybody's health is safe, and we're making sure everybody's healthy together. So get that crap out of your cart. How about that?
Right.
Oh, you don't like somebody being in your personal space? Oh, you don't like somebody remarking about how you live your life? Oh.
Yeah. And I was like, as a matter of fact, most of this cart is very unhealthy. And I'm going to have to tell you that you can't buy these things. You need to call the police on yourself. Look at how you eat.
Right.
And then I quickly walked away and went to the register, checked out, and left because she was really calling the police. And I did say as I walked away, congratulations. I'm sure your family was one of the ones that called on Anne Frank. I hope you're proud.
See, that's what I'm saying. Anybody who wants to be like, I'm going to call the police, I'm going to call the Nazi line on you, you would have called on Anne Frank. And that's what I'm going to tell everybody. If somebody has the nerve to say that in my presence, I'm going to tell them, you would have called on Anne Frank. And people need to start realizing the levity of what's going on.
I got out to the truck where Peanut Gallery was sitting, and I was like, we need to go. Like, I'm positive the police are probably coming.
Right.
And we were leaving, and we left. And as we were leaving, we saw them pulling in. And like, then we went to the liquor store. Like, hubby's liquor store, he's been going to for the last 4 years.
Right.
Okay. He walks in. She says,
One you brought me to, or a different one?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. So literally, he walks in there. He's been going there 4 years. They know him, you know. He walks in there, of course, no mask. And the owner is the person working. And we know the owner, you know, we've been going there 4 years. The owner is behind the thing, and I'm hashtag I said what I said, and you deserve it. I'm sorry. I'm not talking shit on you. I am talking truth about a shitty situation.
Yep.
That being said, walked in, she said, you need a mask. Or she said, haha, it's mask season. Okay, trying to be cute. And he's like, not for
Mask
me.
season don't end though, so this ain't cute. Like, you know, it'd be cute if we knew like in 2 months you didn't have to wear any more masks, or like we know for a fact that. But see, there's no end to this madness. So no.
So he was like, not for me.
Right.
She said, well, it's required. He said, I'm exempt.
Correct.
She said, for what?
You can't ask that. See, nope, you can't ask that.
He said, for medical reasons.
Correct. Right.
She said, I need to see your card.
There is no card. See, that's the problem. There is no card. Now, there's no generalized way. And doctors, when they're dealing with coronavirus and everything else, do not have time to write you a note when they barely have time to give you a note when you're sick for this mask exemption. Seriously, truly.
And says, where's your card? He says, there is no card. I don't have a card. She goes, I'm sorry, I can't serve you. You're
There
going to have
is
to
no
leave.
card. There is no card. Nothing exists to do this. There's no
Right.
way. There's no, get out of mask jail free card. Like, there is none.
So then we drove all the way home and then 15 minutes out of our way to our tiny town. Okay.
Right.
Where he goes to the liquor store.
Right.
On the door is posted all the exemptions. It's
See,
posted.
Bonnie's
You
gonna
must
have stopped writing notes. So look, even if you wanted to go get one in Bonnie's community, you can't even do that. So it's just like, you know.
Now, when you roll up, there
That's
is
what I'm
the
saying,
sign.
Rock by Night. If you have a mask on, why are you worried about me? It's the same argument people use with vaccines. Like, oh, you have to take your vaccine and I have to take my vaccine for it to work. That's not how this works.
Now,
Your own immune system will protect you. My immune system will protect me. And guess what? You don't have a control about how my immune system works. Okay? This is what people are not understanding. This herd immunity thing that they tried to teach people that exists, they're using it in reverse now, and people believe it. And I do not understand the logic. I do not understand. I gotta go grab the kiddos real quick though, Red. So it's gonna be like a minute. You know how that works.
right. So
I'll be back.
okay. Now, we go all the way to our tiny town, right? We go all the way to our tiny town, and he's got the normal on the door, you know, mask must be worn. But then right next to it, he has listed all the exemptions. So hubby walks in and says, I have a medical condition. And he goes, okay. That was the end of it. He then told him that he was just asked for a card to prove this at the liquor store in Salida, the firehouse. And even our tiny liquor store guy stared at him like he had 3 heads and was like, there's no card. You're just exempt. Like, what is she asking
But
you
see, this
for?
is what people believe. This is what people believe, you see. People believe, oh, if there's more than 10 people in a room, oh, you get the Rona. This is the problem. There's no like uniform education that have taught people the right way. And I think that's the biggest issue is there's no uniform
Yeah.
education. There's no like we teach everybody the same thing and they understand it the same way.
He was like, there's no card. He was like, especially for a medical exemption. If they gave you a card, that would be against HIPAA. There would be ADA regulations broken. There would be lawsuits. He's like, you can't do that. And so, but then I went yesterday to my tiny town again. Well, I went to Salida with Vicky yesterday to run some errands that she needed to do. And we did them. But again, it was like mask Nazism everywhere we went. She got yelled at. I got yelled at for not wearing masks. Well, we had them on, but they weren't, up over where they should be. And then like then I came to my tiny town and I went to the grocery store and again on the grocery store door it has mask must be worn and then it has the list of exemptions and I walked in and I'm like, I'm exempt. And they were like, okay. And I was like,
didn't read the other door because when I went with Dell, they had all the exemptions and everything put on one door, and on the other door it said no mask required.
and then walked in and I'm like, I'm exempt. And they were like, okay. And the cashier, which is also the owner, is not wearing a mask. She's standing there checking out customers like everyday business. She's old and she's old school and she's patriot and she is mad as hell. I mean, mad as hell, y'all. She is not playing. And it really does come down to the proprietors and how they're going to choose to enforce. Good night, Rock. I hope you have a great night. Thanks for your input tonight. Yeah, Bonnie, I wouldn't doubt that at all. They've weakened the immune system so much already. Keeping everybody inside, keeping everybody segregated, keeping everybody away from everybody. And then when they do let them out, they have them wearing these masks. And we all have these immune systems. But the funny thing about the immune system is it's got to like basically practice, right? And in order to do that, it has to be exposed to stuff. And they've had you literally locked up willingly in your home as a prisoner for months now. And so they're like, oh, there's going to be this drastic spike in COVID. Is it COVID or is it other things? Because yeah, you're going to have a drastic, spike in other areas as soon as you start letting people mingle again. You're going to have more flu. You're going to have more things because you've locked people away and now you're introducing them all again. And their immune systems are weakened. They haven't built up, and that's what happens. And see, Cass, that's not good. Like, that's not good to have to wear it 8 to 10 hours straight. That's not good. It's not. Right, TLO. Right. You know, just like they want to say stuff like, oh, we need to ride the wave. We need to ride the wave until, you know, it like basically just, um, you know, levels out. Well, isn't that herd immunity? Isn't that what you've been teaching everybody you can't achieve without man-made intervention? And yet here you are now saying let it run its course until herd immunity kicks in. Well, in order for herd immunity to kick in, you have to let the herd mingle enough that enough of the herd gets it and fights it off. Just saying.
Well, yeah, and they're the issue is here. Dang it, can y'all see me? Can you hear me? Why is my camera
Well,
all
we
dead?
can hear you and we see a frozen you.
Yeah, we do see a frozen meat. Okay, hold on, let's see if we bring no? Wow. Okay, anyway. And we, you know, especially with the herd immunity thing, you know, they're not letting people mingle, like you said, and that's the only way that you can develop a herd immunity. You would need to have as many people as exposed. People don't realize, like in endemics or pandemic diseases, you know, like even like they always try to say measles is a epidemic, you know, all this other stuff. You know, they say once it's infected 60% of the population, it will be considered a childhood style disease where everybody will end up catching it. Some people will fight it off, some people will die, you know, but eventually it'll even out for things like such as measles. You know, at this point in time, the deaths are very few and far between.
Right.
You know, there hasn't been someone who's died from measles since 2015.
I also want to bring up a couple of things. Okay.
Oh, I forgot the keys and I was trying to bring these. I gotta walk back up and down. I'll be back, Red.
Yeah. So the first thing I want to bring up is when this started, right, over in Wuhan, and we started getting the visuals, okay, the stuff being fed through it to us through social media and mainstream media. We were seeing videos of people like doing what we're doing right now, even, and just like falling over and having seizures, and people rushing to them, and you know, ambulances coming and then being taken away, and us being told that this is what COVID's doing over there. This is why this is so serious, and this is why this has to, you know, be gotten control of. And I don't know if y'all remember that or not, but I'm just saying, I remember that. I remember seeing all these videos showing all of these like crazy things where I even remember saying, but they're saying that it's like an upper respiratory disease. And yet here you are showing us videos of people like having seizure looking type activity and like basically dying in the streets. And you know, not for nothing, but how's come we're not seeing that same footage here in America where we are right now? How come? Like, I haven't seen any videos of people like doing that here in America. Has anybody else? Because I damn know I have not. Okay. Like, damn sure no, I have not. So that's my first thing. Second thing, this is a little comedic here, but notice only men and women are getting COVID-19. The other, what is it, 39 orientations have yet to be mentioned. Are they immune? Is it not happening? What? Curious. Just saying. Yeah, see, Cass, I'm just saying. We saw a lot of stuff like that. Um, in all of the other countries, we saw crazy footage like that, but we're not seeing stuff like that here in America. So questionable. Um, the time frame of when it actually hit America, I think, too, is very questionable. Just saying. Just saying. Uh, yeah, exactly. How politically incorrect of them, Bonnie. Like, um, another thing, um, hospitals are getting paid more for COVID-19 deaths for like handling the bodies and all of this. So a lot, and we've been finding out now that a lot of deaths were put down as COVID that weren't. That's being proven. It's also being proven that a lot of the tests are false positives. I believe that we had it here in Colorado, in my small town, even November, December of last year. Um, you know, which part, Cass? Yeah, I think the time frame of when it actually got here is off. Um, I believe the virus is real. Um, but I believe that it's man-made. I believe that it was I believe it's a bio it's a DNA biochemical weapon. Um, I believe that they're trying to um, narrow us down. Um, don't believe me. I mean, they did do the Tuskegee experiment, you know. There's been many experiments, and at some point, we have to decide that we're not going to be their guinea pigs. We're not going to do that. Many people do not realize. Many people do not realize um, that they've been doing this for a little while, and their other tactics didn't work out so well. Because a lot of us got too wise to them too quickly, and I don't think they were prepared for that. And unfortunately, those that got wise to these smaller antics, I believe, are probably the bloodlines that they're looking for. Bad for those that are, but good at the same time. I don't know how you want to look at it, but
That's better.
so they've tried many ways of getting our DNA, and most of them were very blatant and right in your face. And one of those ways that they did it was, and Scarlett and I have covered this on both Journey, our GIF here, and the sister show Clarity. The at-home DNA test kits
Whoa, I got angry children. I'll be back.
that were being so thrown around, especially around Christmas time. Buy these for your relatives. It's the perfect gift. Da, 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 da. Find out what your bloodline is. Find your family tree. You know, um, and I told everybody, don't do it. Don't do it. They're putting you in a database. They're finding out who you are really. And there's a reason they're looking for someone. And, you know, a lot of people didn't believe me, conspiracy theorists. But, you know, I just like to point out that those tactics didn't work. So now they're literally going to random door to door DNA blood testing, which I said would come.
Well, another question too is, could it be on the swab? Also, another person brought up a really good point that this COVID has very similar symptoms to when the two people in Britain got gassed with that nerve agent, okay, that came from, they said came from Russia, but really came from a factory that made this disease like literally like a few blocks away from their home. You know, that's what makes me think bioweapon. Why hasn't it exploded everywhere? Why is it only certain areas? Why is like, and I get why like the rural areas haven't gotten it necessarily, but you know, in this day and age, a lot of people travel. And so I'm just surprised that it seems to be, and now honestly, the numbers seem to be fizzling out because
Yes,
now they're
BJ.
not even focusing on the
Yes.
deaths anymore. They're just focusing on how many cases, and we don't know if those cases are presumptive positive or test positive.
I'm
Either
also
way,
very curious. Okay, and I think I'm at number 4 now. Okay. My other curiosity is if it takes a Q-tip this freaking long, stuck up my nose, almost touching my freaking pineal gland up here to tell me if I have COVID-19. How's come it's so contagious that,
or
you know,
deadly,
you can
but you have to be tested for it.
or it's so deadly and contagious that I have to wear a mask so that none of my particles go anywhere. But you, in order to diagnose me, have to stick this all the way up here. Like, if it's so contagious and so deadly, then how's come you can't just like swab the inside of my nose or the inside of my mouth? I mean, the way that you tell me that it's deadly, I should be able to pick my nose, flick that booger, and you should be able to go, COVID-19.
Right? That's real though. I mean, I know we're joking about it, but that's serious. Like, if what they're saying is true, if what they're saying is also true about how deadly, how dangerous this is, we should all be in pandemic
I would
hazmat
also,
bunny suits. Yes, we
yes,
should
and I
be
would
in
also
bunny
like to
suits.
bring, I would also like to bring to everyone's attention that less than 25 years ago, okay, really think about that. 25 years ago, y'all, we stuck rods up people's nose to that exact place almost
Lobotomy.
and ripped out a piece of their brain.
Yeah,
And
they
called
said
it a
where the
lobotomy.
point where they're putting it, if it was a chip, let's say, that they're putting on the swab, you would not be able without killing yourself to get it out.
Right. Well,
Yep.
you wouldn't necessarily kill yourself, but you would lobotomize yourself. So might as well be dead.
No, they said where it is behind this carpotoroid bone or some crap that no, you cannot get back up to it without, like, you can't dig up in there. Let's put it like that. You can get back to it, but you cannot dig in there. Which, if you really think about that, it could be. I mean, they're showing this new tattoo that they're using. That's like a little electronic type tattoo sticker that has like a transmitter, a receiver, and like all these other like QR codes on them. How hard would it be to put one of those on the end of that test?
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you start.
It would be very easy. Very easy indeed. And, you know, less than 25 years ago, we thought that lobotomizing people in such a fashion was acceptable. It was for their own good. It was for their health. It was FDA approved and was an actual surgery. And we actually have gone through the list of reasons that women specifically would have been lobotomized less than 25 years ago. And one of the reasons, I'm just going to pull one because I can't remember hardly any of them. Maybe Scarlett will remember more than me. But the one that I remember the most is, basically you just had to disagree with your damn husband. You had to be like, no, I don't want to do that. Or no, that's a bad idea. And he could have you put into the mental institution and they could deem you to need a lobotomy because it made you docile and made you do what he wanted. 25 years ago, less than, this was still a good idea. This was a medical practice performed quite regularly on quite normal people. Yes. Yes, Bonnie. Like, this is a for real thing. Um, you know, all of these things are things that have happened. It's, you know, we have talked on many shows between Jiff and Clarity, you know, science changes every 50 years. Something that we knew to be scientific fact 50 years ago may have proven within that 50 years to actually not be the scientific fact that we thought it was. It could change, it could alter, it could be completely invalid at that point. Okay. So, there was a lot of ways that a woman could end up lobotomized in that list. Like, reading too much was, I believe, even one of those things. Not dressing appropriately. Um, being uppity, I believe, was even the word that they used, being too uppity. Yes. Yeah. Violent. She's violent. She bit me. Oh, not bearing a child or producing a child. So basically being barren meant that he could have you lobotomized because once he had you in a mental institution and then had you lobotomized, he could legally then get a divorce without suffering consequence through the church because she's crazy. And thus, you're not expected to stay married to the mentally insane. So he was allowed then to divorce her, not suffer some consequence through the church, and then kind of keep her as a wife to the side because he's still responsible for her and has to take care of her. But then now he's allowed to remarry and have children with whomever he wants. There was a whole system to it, that still goes back to the money. Every time it goes back to the money. Just like the stuff that we've been talking about with the secret universe of plants. Like, we don't know a lot of this stuff, even though it's been scientifically proven repetitive amounts of times by very famous scientists like Vogel, for instance, and Baxter, and many more. Hashimoto in Japan is also one that was on this train. So many, many, many. And yet we have not heard about these things because they've been very good at keeping them from us. I have my own hypothesis. Okay. Of why they would do that. but it goes back to money every time. And since I did such a great leeway there, we're going to go to 1971. And we're going to travel on a blue Volkswagen Beetle or Bug. And we're going to be carrying some very unusual scientific equipment. And we're going to drive to Oak Grove Park in a tiny little Southern California place. It's by Pichinga Indian Reservation, and it's not very far from the very famous Mount Palomar Observatory. Okay. And from the driver's seat, a 47-year-old Sicilian electronics engineer, George Lawrence, is going to get out of this beautiful little blue Volkswagen Beetle. Junior in high school, you're Bonnie. Now, he's going to have a field assistant, and they're going to go to a remote desert-like spot, and they're going to record signals from wild growing oak trees, cacti, and yucca. Lawrence chose this particular park because, literally in his words, it's an electromagnetic deep fringe area that has absolutely no man-made interferences, and it's ideal for getting clean, uncontaminated plant reactions.
Right.
Okay.
Pam wasn't
Now,
thought of yet.
Right. 1971. Me either. An important difference
I didn't even
between
bring the
Lawrence.
keys. Oh my God. You know what? Tonight cannot get any worse. I keep. If I have to walk up and down these goddamn stairs one more time, I'm going to lose my shit. Okay. That's all. Thanks.
So, an important difference between Lawrence's apparatus for catching and capturing these plant signals and Baxter, Vogel, and Savant's is that it incorporates in a temperature and controlled bath. So living vegetile tissue shielded behind a Faraday tube that screens out even the slightest electromagnetic interference. Lawrence found that living vegetile tissue was actually able to perceive signals far more delicately than the electronic sensors that Baxter and Lawrence and Vogel, or that Baxter, Vogel, and Savant and Hashimoto were using. It was also his belief, meaning Lawrence's belief, that biological radiations transmitted by living things are best received by a biological medium. So his equipment also differed significantly from anyone else that had done the experiments in another way, in the fact that it dispenses the need to use electrodes on plants if they're far enough away from their neighbors to rule out signal interference, as is usually the case in a desert area. Instead, Lawrence simply
You went silent
trains.
on everybody, Red.
Oh, you can't hear me? You can't hear me? I don't know. Can you hear me now?
They even circled you though. I think that it just like was buffering for a moment.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah. They don't like
So
you. Dang.
Lawrence trains a lensless tube with a very wide aperture, and the optical axis of which parallel the design axis of the Faraday tube at a target plant. At greater distances, he substitutes a telescope for the lensless tube and makes the plant more visible by hanging a white cloth on it. Okay, thank you guys. Now, Lawrence's living tissue can pick up a directional signal from distances up to 1 mile away. To stimulate his plants into distinct reactions, he dumps a pre-measured quantity of electricity into them. Now, this activates a stimulus he then activates a stimulus by remote control with a timer that allows him to walk or drive back to the sensing station. His exploratory experiments are made during colder seasons when most vegetation is dormant, so as to be doubly sure that spurious signals from other plants are not garbling his measurements. Now, perturbations in the living tissue of his recorder are detected not visually through a pen recorder, but orally by means of a continuous low even whistle, similar to that is produced by a sine wave generator. This changes then
You know what's
into
interesting is that most like camper generators now and like solar generators are sine wave generators.
Yes.
Just for people to, kind of tie something in that we know as power to what this could kind of be.
Right.
So, I would say similar to solar energy.
I have my inverter is a sine wave.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I've been looking at inverters and all that. We're gonna have to talk about solar panels and all that crap. Can't find a comment though, huh? There might be too much cloud cover now in the cities actually, because, when I was out at the farm just a few minutes ago, we saw neolize, but now there's a bunch of clouds that have come in. And so you probably won't be able to see it now.
The low even whistle, similar to the sine wave, changes into a series of distinct pulses whenever it is disrupted by signals from a plant. So on the day that they arrive in Oak Grove Park in 1971, Lawrence and his assistant take a break, late afternoon snack. They sit about 10 yards from their instruments. They've left them pointing randomly at the sky. Lawrence bites into a Hebrew national knockwurst. The steady whistling sound from his equipment was interrupted by a series of distinct pulsations. Lawrence, who had not yet digested the knockwurst, had well digested the Baxter effect, thought that the signals might have been caused by his killing some of the cells in the sausage. The second thought reminded him that kosher sausage is biologically dead. As Lawrence checked his instrumentation, the audio signal, to his amazement, continued to produce a distinct chain of pulses for over half an hour before the whistle returned. This indicated nothing more was being received. The signal had to have come from somewhere. The device had been continuously pointed upward towards the heavens. Lawrence had to face a fantastic thought. Something or someone was transmitting from space. The implications of the phenomenon so pronounced. On the way home, Lawrence and his partner could not avoid discussing them. In the moment, they decided not to make public their findings in the event that not true signals, but bugs in their equipment could have actually produced this noise. The possibility of life beyond Earth was both disturbing and exciting to them. This hints about life elsewhere have always been vague, including discovery of organized elements or organisms and meteorites, infrared spectra on Mars, simply organic molecules. These are all rare, non-random radio interstellar signals whose reception was claimed by Tesla and Marconi, but they're so ridiculed that they've been reduced to silence. And their intergalactic radio emissions from pulsars. So, not to jump to premature conclusions, but Lawrence believed he had picked up an intelligent signal from trillions of miles away through plant tissue. Lawrence then spent several months improving this equipment. He deemed it biodynamic field station designed for interstellar signal reception. This is going to jump now to 1972, April. The equipment being sufficiently refined now, he attempts to point it once more in the same direction which had brought the reaction at the same time of the sausage biting. As a laser expert and author of the very first technical book on the subject to appear in Europe, Lawrence carefully noted the direction in which his apparatus had been pointing and had determined that it was aligned on Ursa Major. And that is the seven star constellation in the region of the North Celestial Pole and popularly called the Big Dipper. So, to ensure that the equipment would be located as far away from life forms as possible again, Lawrence drove to the Pisgah crater. This is a volcanic butte. It's 2,300 feet in elevation in the middle of the arid Mojave Desert. Okay. I see we've lost Scarlett again. I'm sure she'll be with us shortly. Now, it's then surrounded by 30 square miles of flat lava bed. There's not even a blade of grass. He aligned the telescope coupled with the Faraday tube and a camera, as well as an electromagnetic interference monitor and the tissue chamber to the celestial coordinates 10 hours, 40 minutes plus 56 degrees. This gave him the general direction for Ursa Major. He switched his audio signal 90-minute intervals. And his equipment picked up a recognizable, though briefer pattern of signals. Now, Lawrence says the periods between rapid series of pulses ranged from approximately 3 to 10 minutes over a stretch of several hours. He monitored a single spot in the heavens. Now, he repeated this from 1971. So now he began to wonder whether he had not accidentally stumbled on a scientific discovery of major proportion. And why wouldn't he, right? Right? So you're just coming into the world. Yes, the size of an apricot. And so you're coming into the world and they're discovering this. Lawrence actually really had no idea where the signal is coming from, what or who was sending it, but it was highly possible in his mind that it was basically a galactic drift that is playing some role in our origin. In his words, the signals might be spilling over from the galactic equator, which has a dense star population. He also said that he could be getting something from that area rather than from the Big Dipper itself. So then after the Mojave Desert confirmation of the first observation, he continued tests from his resident laboratory. And again, we pointed the machine at the same coordinates, leaving it on round the clock. Now here he had to wait weeks, sometimes months, for the signal to come through. But when it did, the reception of something was unmistakable. One particular signal produced a brrrr, beep, 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 beep type of a pulse. This is what Lawrence says maintains no earthly entity could achieve. Pressed further to speculate on the nature of strange signals, Lawrence then is quoted as saying that he didn't believe they are directed at earthlings, and that he thought that he was dealing with transmissions between peer groups because he didn't know anything about because we don't know anything about biological communications, and he was just simply excluded from the conversations. He also believed that the energy that was transmitted must be fantastically high, since the instrument is not at all sophisticated. It also would take a tremendous amount of power to create any response in it from such an astronomical distance away. The signals, therefore, may be of an emergency nature. Something may be happening up there, and someone may be desperately calling for help, he believed. Then deciding that his findings may be crucially significant and could herald a new, even if yet unmanaged, system of communication, Lawrence sent a copy of the October 1971 tape with a 7-page report to the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C. It is preserved as a potentially historic scientific document. Now, this report states an apparent train of interstellar communication signals of unknown origin and destination has been observed. Since interception was made by biological sensors, a biological type signal transmission must be assumed. Test experiments were conducted in an electromagnetic deep fringe area, the equipment itself being impervious to electromagnetic radiation. Follow-up tests revealed no equipment defects. Because interstellar listening experiments are not conducted on a routine basis, the suggestion is advanced that verification tests should be conducted elsewhere, possibly on a global scale. The phenomenon is too important to be ignored. That is the official document preserved. Now, Lawrence says the instrumentation tape as a mere audio presentation is unpleasant to listen to. But reviewers of the tape have conceded that a fascinating degree of enchantment tends to emerge after the tape's been played back 3 or more times, typically over a period of a few weeks. The tape contains a short incremental series of deep, harmonious oscillations. They resemble nonsense chatter or background noise. An intelligent character of an overall pulse strain is implied by a discrete spacing of patterns, as well as apparent repetitions and sequences, and highly attenuated electromagnetic noise. Now, Lawrence looks forward to the day when he could arrange for computer analysis of these tape signals, which could provide additional clues in their nature. They're far too rapid to allow manual extraction of the data. Even so, he's not that optimistic that such analysis could produce concrete results. He said, if the signals are of personal nature, no means known to modern computer technology will be able to decipher them. He said, we simply do not have today bionic type computers which could collect seemingly random data and come up with the concise and rational readabout. Yes, wow, Bonnie. Now, his most important conclusion was that biological type sensors are needed in order to intercept biological signals. This applies particularly to communication from outer space. He puts it in his words, standard electronics are next to worthless here since biosignals apparently reside outside of the known electromagnetic spectrum. Lawrence also points out now that in the 1950s, scientists had previously insisted that our small planet was unique in the universe and began to admit, on the basis of careful celestial observation, other interferences, that we may not be alone in the cosmic immensity, and to concede the possible existence of extraterrestrials whose development might be far superior to our own. Well, if you think that they took this stuff and just like put it under the rug and didn't, complete its work and what it does, it must be really nice living in Neverland, and I'll drop by for a visit whenever I'm looking for a break from reality. Okay, so moving on. Now we're going to go to early 19th century. Carl Friedrich Gauss. This is a German mathematician and physicist for whom an electromagnetic unit of magnetic flux density is named. He proposed that man might make known his presence on Earth to cosmic beings by cutting huge swaths, hundreds of miles long, in the Siberian taiga to form a right angle. Now, the Australian astronomer J.J. von Littrow followed by suggesting that the geometric canals be dug in the Sahara and then filled with kerosene and set aflame at night, and recommended then the French scientist Charles Gros recommends vast mirrors be built to reflect sunlight directly at Mars. Now, these were far-fetched ideas, and they were updated when summer of 1927 radio observations come out and they laid the framework of an existing knowledge that seemed to imply that Earth might be under the scrutiny of communications satellites of extraterrestrial origin. Jorgen Hals, who was a Norwegian radio engineer, was listening to shortwave radio station transmissions from Eindhoven in the Netherlands, and he heard weird echoes for which he could not account for. Nor could a number of Dutch and British professors, as well as technicians, who carried out their series of experiments to confirm Hall's findings. This puzzling anomaly. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad you got to see it. Where was I? Oh, okay. So the puzzling anomaly, all forgotten pretty much by early 1950s. Then there were various specialists who began to put a theory out of extraterrestrial interference to then explain it all away. Theorists intrepidly assumed the intermittent existence of interstellar communication probes designed first to monitor solar systems for intelligent life, then retransmit radio frequency emanations from such life, including Earthlings, back to a distant homeworld. These were far out interpretations, and they were discounted, even mocked, by mainstream of scientific opinion. And critics became far less vocal when another series of observations was made. This time it involved television signals that appeared to have been received after a mysterious delay of over 3 years. September 1953, C.W. Bradley of London picked up the call letters of the American station KLEE TV in Houston, Texas on his living room television tube. For several months, same letters were observed on the TV screens in offices of Atlantic Electronics Ltd. In the English city of Lancaster. What makes these receptions so eerie, it wasn't that it was TV signals sent from far away. Since this happens often enough, that would cause no surprise. The signal had been sent 3 years prior to the time of its reception. The letters KLEE changed to KPRC in 1950. Okay. Explanations. Signal could have been stored in plasma clouds hovering above the Earth, and they released the data in a broadcast for all to see, giving no reason as to how this could have been done or why. And any suggestion that the whole thing was merely meaningless, though extremely expensive hoax, seemed very far-fetched. Spurred by this mysterious phenomena, American researchers started seriously considering interstellar communications via radio. But radio was soon ruled out because they realized that it was wavelengths that could be absorbed by interstellar gas clouds and nebula. They could be blocked by various shielding layers around hoped for faraway target planets. They could also be affected by cosmic radio noise And the only wavelength that remained to reach such targets, much shorter and more penetrating, and it emitted by neutral galactic hydrogen. Terrestrials still hoped to receive radio waves from space. 1960s, Dr. Frank Drake initiated Project OZMA, O-Z-M-A. Oh, new comments. Oh, it's hard, Bonnie. Now, this was named for the princess who became ruler of the fictional kingdom of Oz. This used a huge circular radio telescope, 85 feet in diameter. And it was at the National Radio Astronomy Observatory near Green Bank, West Virginia. Drake, along with colleagues, was hoping to detect possible intellectual extraterrestrial transmissions from the regions of two nearby stars, Tau Ceti and Epsilon Eridani. Only recently was it discovered orbiting Epsilon Eridani is a massive planet 6 times the weight of Jupiter and the largest of the 9 planets now known to revolve around the sun. Although OZMA project failed to obtain results, the scientists were still hotly pursuing this subject of communication with extraterrestrial intelligence, and the phrase shortened to an acronym, CETI. How often did we see that in the files and we didn't know what it was? Scarlett.
Right.
In the declassified files, we saw that acronym a lot and we didn't know what it stood for.
That is true. And we have a new declassified file that we're going to have to go through that someone just brought to my attention that has lots of pages about this project, basically stating that we are for sure in a simulation, which is really interesting.
Now, so we're going to go to summer again of 1971. And there's going to be a group of American scientists that are at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Ames Research Center. Okay. So we ain't fucking around. We went with the big boys. We pulled out the big guns. Okay. Remember that. Because you don't call in the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Ames Research Center for some bullshit. Because they ain't got no time for your bullshit. Okay? Just saying. Now, they began a project. Are you ready for this name? Called Cyclops.
Sounds sketchy.
Okay. Now, this was to propose a network of 10,000 radio dish telescopes to form a collective surface of several square kilometers to mount on rails and spread across 100 square miles of the New Mexican desert. Now, I want you to remember again that we are in the summer of 1971, and I'm going to drop this terminology. Are you ready?
Ready.
It required cybernetic nervous system of brand new supercomputers.
Hmm. Yeah, eyeballs. All the eyeballs. All the eyeballs right now.
Now, let me repeat that. Cybernetic nervous system of brand new supercomputers. You're silent. We can't hear you.
AI with whole feeling systems.
1971.
Yeah, how behind are we?
Pretty fucking behind, I think. Pretty fucking behind. Now, still going. So, Project Cyclops was estimated, are you ready for this? By Charles Seeger. Skynet TLO. Nailed it.
Damn it. It is like Skynet.
Good night, Cass. I hope you have a great night. I hope you are finding our information interesting.
Yeah,
And that
thanks
you
for
catch what you're missing on the rerun.
right.
Yes, Bonnie, the term is from when you were in high school, so imagine what they've done with it by now.
Right. If they had all that technology then and supercomputers then, when the computers they had then were like the size of rooms, what the fuck do they have now? Eyeballs.
Now, Cyclops was estimated by Charles Seeger. Okay, now for those who don't know who Seeger was, again, he's very famous. He was from the New Mexico State University, and he said that it was going to cost $5 billion. And in light of the stringent cutbacks at that time in the U.S. space research funding, it was unlikely that Cyclops was going to become a reality.
This sounds like Homer and like the Odyssey. Remember that? Like the dude with the big eye and all that, you know?
Cover-ups. This sounds like cover-ups.
Right?
Okay. Now, he says it's very unlikely. This leaves the field to a huge radio telescope more than half a kilometer in diameter, currently under construction at the Astrophysical Observatory in Soviet
Crimea. Oh, that's where they just fought over in Russia to take back. Ain't that a bitch?
It's all starting to fall into place now, huh?
Right. Why they would want to fight why the Russians would want to fight us and why we would fight the Russians over it.
All of the projects that Lawrence has complains that assume that signals must come by radio since that is the most efficient means of communication known to scientists and the planet. However, if they would convert his idea of receiving biological signals, Lawrence feels that they could have reached or had a much better chance. The notion is then echoed by Joseph F. Goodavage, who was the author of Astrology, the Space Age Science. And in January of 1973, he had an article in Saga magazine that stated rigid enforcement of established scientific method as a kind of quasi-religion with its burdensome ritual and tradition, may be the most serious obstacle in the path of direct communication between Homo sapiens and other civilizations that may be thriving throughout interstellar, intergalactic space. Yeah. Let your brains wrap around that for a minute. Employed as an instrumentation engineer at this time for Los Angeles Space Science Corporations, Lawrence made a choice to get some more sophisticated transducers or converters and one type of input energy into another type of output energy. Knowing that a mechanical device, which could use heat, environmental pressure, electrostatic fields, and gravitational changes simultaneously, not actually being the task. He was theorizing that a plant might be able to turn the trick because it had the necessary components built in by nature.
I went to go find it. I found the copy of Saga magazine, and it was like intelligent radio signals from space.
Ah, see.
So it was on the cover. It was a men's magazine in the 70s. It kind of reminds me, I'm surprised it would have been a men's magazine. It kind of like reminds me of like maybe like a mix between Popular Mechanics and the National Enquirer. That's the best way, like when you see the cover, it reminds me of, because it doesn't remind me of any magazine that like would exist today for men. This one was like a kind of like a tabloid, like a men's tabloid.
So, 1963, Lawrence starts studying the problem. And he found that he could get absolutely no help from plant specialists or biologists. None of them knew enough about physics, especially electronics, to visualize what he was getting at. In his search for a biological system for radiating and receiving these signals, he began going over the experiments that were done in the 1920s by Alexander Gurtwitch, the Russian histologist, and his wife, who proclaimed at that time that all living cells produced an invisible radiation. Okay.
That's what I mean. You know what, Bonnie? That's a good point. Was Star Trek more insider information or predictive programming? Because there have been proven technology that's come out of Star Trek that they've put in the CIA declassified files that they knew that this, like some of these forms of technology existed.
Now, this is a funny, but not a funny, okay? And anybody who's seen it, you know, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I'm gonna use a line out of there right now. Goodbye and thanks for all the fish. Okay? Star Wars, Star Trek, the one I just mentioned, the dolphins. The dolphins are always the ones that have this whole time been the aliens on the planet watching us.
Right.
And mice. Just saying.
I could see that. Especially like rats or something. Like they're creepy.
So, he goes back to these 1920s. Okay. Gershowitz noticed that the cells in the tips of onion roots dividing at it had a definite rhythm. Believing it was due to an extra unexplained source of actual physical energy. Gertwich needed to know if it was coming from nearby cells. So to test the theory, he mounted one root tip in a horizontal oriented thin glass tube to act as a ray gun. And he pointed at a similar onion root tip protected in a tube, but a smaller area on one side exposed naked to serve as a target. 3 hours of exposure, Gertwich examined sections from the targeted root under his microscope, and he compared the number of cell divisions he found. 25% more in the exposed irradiated area. The receiver root had seemingly picked up a vital energy from the sending neighbor.
Interesting.
Yes, I do remember that, Bonnie. I also remember the one where they were taking all the dolphins off the planet.
Right. See, that's what I mean. Like, we don't know a lot of what goes on, and especially, again, going back to like CIA declassified files, we know that presidents have had contact with extraterrestrials. So,
Right.
with
Also,
the level
there's
of
a contract.
right, they've had contracts that have been broken.
No, they're
And
still going on, remember?
no, the one president Eisenhower got in trouble, and that's why they don't talk to us no more. That's why direct contact stopped, is because Eisenhower screwed them over.
If you remember that big old long thing that was anonymously sent to us that took us like 3 months to go over, he proved that those contracts are still going on in there.
They are still going on, but what I'm talking about is like a specific action that Eisenhower made with the ETs with a promise that he did not keep, which is why they didn't stay in contact. Not that we don't still have to honor the contracts that were made then.
Well, they're still coming down and meeting with us and signing these contracts.
That's what I mean. But you see what I mean as far as what we get to know. That is basically disappeared. Like, this was the fringe of fringe.
We're no longer getting the benefits that we were supposed to, and instead it's more a fear thing. But they've been saying that for a while, that they've been signing these contracts.
But is it fear because of our government has put fear in us so that we don't contact them on our own? Well, you see what I mean? Is it made so that we don't try to have independent contact with them? Is there a reason why we shouldn't have independent contact? I mean, there could be a valid reason.
If you remember in that big old long anonymous thing that was sent to us, again, they were talking a lot in there about how for centuries they've known that they were not the people that they thought they were, that they signed these contracts with, and that they were overtaking our planet.
Right. See, that's what I mean too. Like,
you're coming on.
I get what the president was probably trying to do. And I get that you're in all these like super secret circles as the president. You know what I mean? So he probably thought, ooh, I got the scoop. Like, I'm in with the aliens. Like, I'm about to save the world. I'm about to change the world. You know what I mean? I get where he was thinking, but in a situation like that where there's too many unknowns, I don't know if I was personally the president, if I would make deals.
Right.
I just don't think I would. I have too much skepticism because they're aliens and have higher technology.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they want to work with us when they could just zap us out?
Right.
I mean, they could just kill us all. We don't have lasers and all these high-tech weapons that they have. Because I'm sure they've got all types of stuff. I'm sure they got stuff that can vaporize you in 2.5. And you were never heard of.
He tried to block the emission and repeat the experiment with a thin shield of quartz between the roots, but he got the same result. So, however, if he coated quartz in gelatin or used a simple sheet of glass, no enhanced cell division could be observed. Glass and gelatin block various ultraviolet frequencies on an electromagnetic spectrum. Okay. Now, Gurwich's conclusion is that the rays are emitted by the cells of an onion root can be as short or shorter than ultraviolet. They apparently increase cell division or mitosis, and he named them mitogenetic rays. Gurwich's findings created a furor in the scientific world as laboratories hastened to check them. And there was no wavelengths claimed for the new rays, and they were more powerful than the ultraviolet frequencies which reached the Earth from the sun. Many biologists did not believe that living processes were capable of generating them. Now, Paris, there's two researchers, and they report similar results. In Moscow, one of Gurwich's own countrymen proved that he could increase the budding of yeast more than 25% by exposing it to mitogenetic rays from onion roots. The pair of scientists from Paris were Siemens and Halesky. They were at Siemens and Halesky Electric Company. They were by Berlin. They came to a verdict that radiation was a fact. In Frankfurt, there was a researcher that actually succeeded in measuring it, not through effect on vegetal life, but did so with electrical instruments. So, equally reliable Anglo-Saxon investigators could detect no effects. In the United States, some very prestigious academies, like the Academy of Sciences, issued a report that Gurwich's discovery was not replicable, and therefore the product of his imagination. He was then sped and thrust into limbo. End of Gurwich's career. Right there. Now, Lawrence lacked ultraviolet spectrometers to detect mitogenetic radiation, but he was fascinated by Gurwich's system of directing energy. So he made observations that nudged almost involuntarily to the position that there was psychological or mental factors involved in Gurwich's maverick work. So he continued to probe further. He used sensitive, high impedance devices of his own design. He sought to discover whether individual cells in a quarter-inch slice of onion attached to a Wheatstone bridge and electrometer would react to various stimuli. Hi, Kathleen. Nice of you to join us this evening. Welcome to JIF. Right now, we're talking about the secret universe of plants. I don't know how long you've been with us, but that's what we're discussing. Okay, Pam, hurry back. Now, Lawrence found that plants seem to respond to irritations, like a puff of smoke, even to mental images of their own destruction, in literally 100 milliseconds. That's 1/10 of a second. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you joined us, Kathleen. Now, what stood out as odd to Lawrence is the reaction that onion tissue changed depending on whether he or someone else was directing thought at it. Oh, we love to be joined here. We love it. It's great. We love your input. We love for you to communicate with us. If you think something's interesting, bring it up. We'll talk more about it. If you want to stop and re-go over something, if you're like, what? And your mind's blown and you need to hear it again, don't be afraid. You know, it can happen. So, people with psychic gifts seem to elicit a much stronger response than the practical minded Lawrence. So he made the comment, if one can cause or get something to cause harm to a cell, assuming that the cell has a cellular consciousness, the reaction pattern in it will change from experimenter to experimenter, which is what we've seen so far, right? Right. Because for you, Kathleen, I would highly suggest going back and listening to some of the past things, because we've been covering the secret universe of plants for a while. So we're pretty deep in. And thank you for asking. He's doing really good, actually. He wanted me to let everybody know that he's recovering really well. And thank you everyone for your prayers and your donations. We are still taking donations for medical bills, which we've gotten dwindled down now to about $73,000 at just one hospital. And we still owe 19,000 another one. We owe 163,000 to Lifelight, and we still owe 173 to Children's Hospital. So that's what we're working on currently. You can make donations to me on my Facebook account, Red Gypsy. You can send them in my PayPal, Red Gypsy GIF, and you can mail them to P.O. Box 446, Swatch, Colorado 81149. You can also donate right here on the Freedom Revolution Network, and just put, David in the tribute. Or GIF, you could put in there too. But yes, I appreciate you asking. He's healed up very, very well. We've been very blessed. We continue to be blessed. He just got a horse for his birthday, which was all the way back in April, but all the COVID and everything happened and it was a big disaster. But everything happens for a reason. He was given a horse, and I've now gotten a horse that was given to me. And she's not broke yet, so I've got work to do with her, but she's coming along great. And we just went today whitewater rafting down the Arkansas River in Colorado for my oldest son's birthday. He turned 15. That's what he wanted to do. And so, of course, the youngest, Miracle, went with us. Oh, you can always email me at red@ freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. Yes, we don't really do presents anymore in my house. We do more of experiences. We started that pretty much when we moved out here because we wanted more. We wanted more for the kids, and presents and things kind of fall apart. And even though David got a horse, it was still an experience because he went to start riding lessons and they were on a horse that he didn't know was his. It was a surprise. He learned to ride on this horse now, and he did his first trail ride out into the middle of nowhere, and we threw a surprise party out there for him. So he literally like rode up on horseback, and I didn't get it recorded, and it was awful. I thought I was recording, the sun was blaring in my face, and it was on the phone, you can't see anything, and I thought record was hit, and it wasn't. But he rode up, and I said, do you want your birthday present now or later? And he gave me a funny look, and he said, now, I guess is good. And I said, well, you're on him. And he giggled and was like, haha, real funny. And he thought we just meant like the trail ride. And the girl that helped me arrange getting this horse for him and all, and has been teaching him how to ride on it and everything, turned around, and she's on her horse, and he looked at her, and she looked at him, and she said, "Smoke's yours." And he double looked at her, and he went, "Really?" And we all went, "Yeah, really." And tears came, and he was hugging the horse, and I mean, he had to get off and hug him, and he just held him for like a minute, and he was like, my only wish came true, and it's the exact horse I wanted. So but it was still an experience, and it's going to bring him so many more experiences now. It's not some trinket that's going to get broken or thrown away or discarded after time or forgotten, or all the things we do with these things that we get given, and we think, oh yeah, I'm going to really do a lot with this, and then you really don't, and it's really just sitting around collecting dust. It was really amazing. David was very sad because he never asks for a party, ever, 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 does he? He's got his own reasons for that from before. And then all this happened, and he had his accident, and he died twice, and he got brought back, and he was in the hospital, and he was recovering for all this time, and he really wanted a party. He wanted to celebrate that he made it to 13, and he made it a very strong point at his birthday party that he died twice, and he was brought back, and all of these things happened, and yet he still made sure to go to everyone's birthday parties. Everyone's. He made it didn't matter if it was an adult in his life or a child, if he was in recovery or not. He made everyone's. And then it came time for his, and it was bad timing because we had to do it on July 4th, but that's just how it worked out. And well, nobody showed up. And the person that made this great, wonderful cake for him and spent days making it apparently couldn't find us out on the trail. And she left the cake where the vehicle was that had the horse trailer that the horses would come back to. And by the time we got there, yeah, by the time we got there, because we were up there, and I was prepared for a lot of people. I bought a almost $100 brisket that we put on the barbecue up there, and chicken, and I made pasta salad, and we had drinks, and we had an RV up there, and I mean, we were pretty set up. We had the horses, we had the dogs, we were set up to be there for the day and have a good time. So when we, nobody really showed, and we still made it a good time. We still had a great time. And yeah, okay. But by the time we made it down then to put the horses back in the trailer and take them home, the cake had been left there and it had been raining. And again, we still made it a great day. And the cake was ruined. So, that brought David to tears again. But other than that, it was really good. And then things didn't go to plan exactly because Smokey was supposed to come home that night, but the brand inspector couldn't make it until the following Monday. But then Monday, boom, it was time. And Smoke and Thelma made it to the homestead. They're here. They've been here. They rolled right in like they'd been here forever. Thank you, Kathleen. I am a certified herbologist. I am a lifetime registered metaphysician, and I am a lifetime registered holistic practitioner. It was hard and it was sad. The next day was the hardest. Sunday after the party was the hardest because we did a really good job at dampening down the fact that nobody showed up and at the party and still enjoying our time and our day. And but Sunday was a harder day. Because that's when David was really thinking about nobody coming and who didn't come, and finding out any and all reasons that people weren't present, to find any and all reason not to be upset. And some of the reasons, he just wasn't okay with receiving, and he was quite upset. And like he said, I died twice. I was in the hospital for a week. I came out of the hospital. I was in recovery. They were telling me I could get infections and I could get sick and all these things could happen to me. And I still made sure I made it to people's birthday parties. And he's like, and I'm not important enough for people to show up for mine and celebrate my life that I almost literally didn't make it to. And that was his feeling. And I can't change that for him, unfortunately. And for me, it was hard. It wasn't just money that I spent for everybody to be there, like it was, hard because I kind of feel like I failed him and I didn't get enough people there. Like, I feel like I should have been in a car driving around collecting people and being like, no, I don't care if you want to go. I don't care if it's in your plan. I don't care. You're going. Like, I feel like I should have done that. Yes, Kathleen. Pretty much, yeah. Everything that he ate at the hospital was because I went and got it for him and doctored it up and um whatnot. And David feels, I think, really ripped off too because it's a little bit materialistic of him, I guess, but he feels a little ripped off. Not only did nobody show, but nobody even like gave him gifts. Like, he was like, if you're invited to a party and you don't go to the party, like you still usually give people a gift. He's like, I didn't even get gifts. Like, he's like, and it's bull crap because I know people that were having their birthdays and just suddenly decided on a whim, oh, I'm going to have a barbecue. And in less than an hour and a half, every single person that he wanted to be at his stuff that had had a month to know just about that we were going to be doing it on the 4th of July, um, couldn't appear. Oh yeah. There's a lot of people that were far away. He wasn't expecting people far away. He was expecting people here that he has a very active role in their lives that, didn't bother. And unfortunately, I had to have a conversation with my son that I was hoping I would really never have to have. And that was, you know, in your times when you're most vulnerable, such as almost dying and being in the hospital, because mom's been down that path too. You find out real quick who the people you can depend on are. In my case, I woke up and there was no one. My mother wasn't even there because she was with my children. She had the only legitimate excuse out of anybody that I knew to not be present because literally she had my children and they weren't allowing her to come up there with them. So when I woke up, there was no one, no one. I said, when you woke up, he said, you and both my dads were here. And so, I had to have that conversation with him. And it's sad because, he goes, out of all the people in my life, my own grandma didn't come. None of them. And that was another thing, Uh, I, I didn't have an excuse this time. And I'm not going to lie to him. So that's something he's got to deal with on his own. But then his birthday party and that hit, you know, home. So it's not fair, Bonnie. But again, life isn't always fair. And indubitably you got a horse out of the deal. you know. And I think part of it too is always every year he doesn't really get any gifts from anybody. And they are always like, well, you never have a party. And so then he gets a party and still no people and no gifts. So I think he feels not just ripped off, but a little lied to. Well, I know he does. He's told me, you know. As odd as it is, the accident has David's always been close with me. But the accident has brought him a lot closer. So he tells me a lot more how he's feeling since the accident, emotionally. And it's opened up communication that way with us a lot more. And so I'm thankful for that. That's something that's come out of such a traumatic and bad situation that's been really, really great. And so, I know how he's feeling. I understand it. And I can't tell him he's wrong because he feels that. All I can do is tell him that, you know, forgive, forgive, and move on. And he's good at that. He has a very forgiving nature, a very forgiving soul. He's not, well, typically he's not a selfish child. Now, he had 10 to 12 weeks of recovery. And he's had 10 to 12 weeks of recovery. And that's been over for a little while now. And so we've been trying to get him back into his normal, like, routine, back to chores and all of these things that he needs to get back to doing. And, well, unfortunately, it's been real hard to get him to abide by. And we've been going round and round and round and round and round and round with him about it and getting nowhere really. And he just flat out has just refused to really do much. And so, it's been a struggle, and so he's been a little selfish, but we're working through it. And I love that you asked that question. Yes, he prays often, and yes, with and without us. And am I angry with God? You know what? Never during this whole process. I know many people go there, I guess, but never during any of this process were we, any of us as a family or otherwise, ever. We were never, ever, 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 ever angry with God. In fact, God was our rock. He was our salvation. He performed the biggest miracle I'll ever experience probably in my life. My son is still here. Oh, she'll be back. It's been cutting her on and off. Oh, Bonnie, it's a mixture of things. It's basically he's a teenager. He's lazy now because he's been out of practice and hasn't had to do anything. And it's just a mental block now for him. Um, yes, it was people that were so disappointing. That's the best way to put that, Bonnie. It was people. At the time that we needed people the most, it was mostly you, the listeners, who were virtually um, not strangers, but strangers in the big scheme of our lives. That ended up being more helpful and supportive of us than anyone else, really, in our lives, which is kind of sad. Um, but yes, we never, being angry with God was never a question. Um, being angry with um, Satan or the evil spirits that conspire to throw these challenges into our lives, there was a lot of anger directed that direction. But we knew that God doesn't do these things. He lets them happen, yes, but there's a reason. And being angry at him for the lesson or the reason is never the answer. Um, Discovering the lesson and the reason that it happened is the correct answer and should always be.
Oh, I'm back. Hello. Hi, Red.
Yes, I see that you're back. Welcome.
Well, it's giving me a hard time tonight getting back in and
I
out.
see.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I see. So we were just talking about David's birthday party and stuff because Kathleen
I kind
joined
of
us.
scrolled through the comments and figured that out. Hi, Kathleen.
So
Hello.
she wanted to hear some updates there.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful to update everybody.
No, no. We knew where God was. We knew exactly where he was because he was right there with us in that room every minute.
Yes, that's why he ended up getting that cute little sign at the end that was like prayer, the ultimate wireless connection.
Yes.
He
There was
definitely felt God's
never,
presence for sure.
there was never a question of where God was. He was in that room with
Oh,
David.
yeah.
Never a question.
Right. I maybe used to get angry with God before I understood the levity, in my younger years when I was less mature, maybe a teenager, but as you get older or I guess develop spirituality, you realize that, and it's always cliche, but God will only put you through what you can handle.
I kind of use bad wording, so let me rephrase. God doesn't make these things happen. He allows them to happen because they happened through your choice. And that is the gift that he gave us, free will. And he won't interfere with that.
Right. You see what I mean? So it's like, mm, I understand. Yeah. And then once you even go deeper, if you want to go into like blueprints and charting, if you want to go with the line of thought that you directly choose even before you get here these paths, you got to understand that to some degree they can only interfere so far.
Right.
They
Right.
can only, in certain situations, maybe bring comfort.
Right.
And so, it is hard. I'm not going to say that it's something easy, but it is
Nope.
something to think about, when going through certain situations that,
And
the only help you may get spiritually is just having comfort and faith. And some people may feel that that's empty. Like, well, what is that? I can't see it. I can't feel it. Even if you can't, just believing and putting that positive energy out there can help shift your situation. But that's hard for people to tell people in the moment while bad things are happening to them. But it's something
Exactly.
that you need to practice before the bad things happen so that you can try to get through the event.
Exactly. Like, for
Hmm.
instance, today when we were driving, we experienced a lot of the quote unquote yuppie bikers. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, the ones on the cycle bikes.
Yeah, you know.
Dude, those people, I don't understand. Why are you going up Pancha Pass? For what purpose? I do not understand.
I
That
don't.
mountain, it does not look, it's not any fun in a vehicle. Tractor trailers are often, tossed on the side of the road. Cars tossed on the side of the road. They'll just be driving and boop off the road. Okay. But somehow, this group of people, and if you are like a professional cyclist or something, I apologize for this, but I just don't understand how you get your kicks on really tiny tires and gravity and velocity just being not in your favor. I just don't understand how that's fun for you.
But anyways, we come across the yuppie bikers, that we're always usually like kind of poking fun at as we're going by because they make the most interesting of faces.
Well, dude,
Um,
they're probably struggling. It's probably the worst time of their life. Literally, think about that. Dude, I wouldn't want to walk up that mountain, let alone in a bicycle. So let's just think about the pain that they're in. Like, that's probably true pain.
and so they also, the one started like pedaling and literally came into the lane like we almost took him out.
Shut up. See, because they were probably getting delirious.
If Peanut Gallery had not have been paying attention, we would have hit him because like he had to like swerve out to get away. Okay.
Wow.
This happened, and while this was going down, instead of my usual like, oh my god, these people and they're in my way and they're getting in my lane and look, they can't even freaking drive their freaking bikes, I instead went by every one of them and was like, you know what, Lord, bless them with health.
Right. Because they need some
Bless
help.
bless them
Sometimes
with
you
health.
just see people struggling and you're like, no, they need help. They don't need scorn or shame. They just need help.
Just bless them with health.
But I
And
wouldn't be one of those people, though. I just would like to put that out there. That does not sound like a fun adventure.
no,
Does not sound like a good time.
mm-mm.
Um, no. Would Mr. Tire, would you ride up on a bike on Punch Pass? Remember the bike people in Punch Pass?
Up or down?
See, up or down. But see, I'm just saying, just the whole act. No, you have to. If you go up, you have to go down,
I mean,
and you got to go up Red's way, not down from Salida.
I would. I'm not that scared of it, but would I want to ride a bike up the mountain like that? No.
No, thank you. So I just don't
You'd have
understand.
to be a different person to ride a bike up
Oh
that mountain.
no, Kathleen, that's a for real thing.
No, but these bikers, they're real. They act like a car, and it's like, dude,
Yeah,
you're on
no.
two tiny
She
wheels.
said
Oh, no,
road bike rage. No, that's for real. We really
No,
do
these
suffer.
bikers have a red. Oh yeah, and the altitude too. Cause yeah, what are they up there? Like you're at least like at some points 10 plus 11.
No,
I would imagine as you go up.
I did not see any bikers wearing masks. I will say that.
Thank goodness they're not that slow. Cause I mean, I don't think you could. I think you would just pass out. And two, how does that affect people at elevation? That's a good
Right,
question. Is mask worse for people in elevation because you already don't get like oxygen like that?
right.
That's probably why everybody is going slow, stupid over there, G. It's the elevation and masks. It's slowly cutting off like Polis's brain. Like, that's legit.
No, that's not legit because you had to have a brain first.
True.
That's legit. I'm not so sure he did. I'm just saying. I'm sorry if you support him, but I don't. I think that he is being an unconstitutional terrorist of the Constitution of the state of Colorado, as well as the federal Constitution of the United States of America. And hashtag I said what I said. Now, before I get back to the plants, guys, I'm gonna have a small comedy moment, okay? Okay.
Okay.
So here we go. For all of you that are gonna listen to this later and all of you that are listening now, if you do not have teenagers and or children of any age, yay for you. Please tell me what it's like. What's freedom? What's it like to go
Word.
What's it like to go somewhere without somebody asking you where you're going?
Right.
Um,
Even to the bathroom. Even to the
right,
bathroom.
right. Okay. What's it like to get in the car and just drive somewhere and not have to think, what are they doing at home?
Is the house burning down?
Right. Okay.
Are they killing each other?
What's it like? I want to remember. Now,
Right.
that being said, if you don't, then pay attention right now. If you do, then let me know if you think I'm right, because I think I'm right. And this is only really a comedy skit because it's fucking true. Okay? Brush up on your Dr. Doolittle skills. Nobody is going to tell you this. Nobody says it. Nobody covers this in any book. Okay? But somewhere when puberty starts kicking in, these children that you have nurtured, cared for, brought up, loved, worried about, turn into wild beasts.
Mm-hmm.
You no longer speak their language. You live in fear because you don't know what kind of mood they're going to be in when they come in anymore. You have no idea. Are they going to be normal? Are they going to be sullen? Are they going to be upset? Are they going to be emotionally crying? Are they going to be yelling and screaming for absolutely no reason? You don't know anymore. And if they are doing any of these things, are they going to explain them to you? Hell no. You don't even speak the same language anymore. Forget it. You got to have Dr. Doolittle skills because they've suddenly become this weird mixture of skunk and honey badger. Okay. And this means that they totally fucking get you with this adorable cuteness. And then they spray you in the face with bullshit and rip the flesh from your skin while chasing you a block down and still trying to kill you because you said no, they couldn't leave the house.
Right. Oh, and Bonnie, you're so true. Yeah, that is so true. Apparently, like, this is what I heard. So I was at a friend's house last night who now lives up by my new place that I'll have to tell you guys all about, and we'll do a live. I think next weekend I'll do maybe the show live from there, and I'll get to show you guys what's going on. But she has an adolescent German Shepherd, and her adolescent German Shepherd um is interesting. Um the dog basically got kicked out of doggy daycare because they said the dog was making werewolf faces. And
Werewolf faces.
right. And so, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like when I met the dog, it was trying to like jump at my face a
Yes.
little bit and try to nip. So I mean, like I could see this werewolf thing going on, but like they're just
Listen,
Extra.
Kathleen, you're so freaking right. They've become this mixture of wild freaking beasts that you're totally freaking half afraid of, half like I brought you into this world, bitch, I'll take you out. And then at the same time, they somehow get you to apologize, and you weren't even wrong.
No. No, my daughter's new favorite thing is you hurt my feelings. Even if I explain to her like seriously, like, no, you did this and this was
Listen,
wrong because and you hurt mommy's feelings because of this, but you hurt my feelings. She has
and
no
you know,
empathy. And it's
this
and
is
it's
what,
really concerning because they have no empathy. So it makes you wonder how they turn into adults with empathy because as children, they have no empathy. They really don't care.
now listen, because this is what I used to tell David when he would be, when he used to say the same thing. Okay. And this is what I would tell him. He would be like, "You hurt my feelings." I would be like, "Oh, did I? Then I've done my job as your mother.
Right.
I am not here to be your friend. I am here to be your mother."
Right. Truth.
Okay? Wild beasts.
Mhm.
You cannot understand them anymore. It's like a whole different language. Like, nobody tells you that you have to be Dr. Doolittle once they hit teenager stage. And then they only talk in grunts and groans and throw shit and stomp around and slam doors. And I don't even have that many doors. And
Or
they
they
still,
use, yeah, they do, and they slam it as loud as they can. Or they come up with like, what's called like, I don't know, I guess teenage language where it's like,
or when they call you at work and you're like, oh,
mom,
oh my,
mom. I used
they're
to do
calling.
this to my mom, and now I feel like really bad, like when I would do
I
this.
know.
Now I
I,
tried to only do this like when it was important, but I still feel like to my mother, it probably was still like, are you for real right now?
okay, so they call you at work. You're freaking out because you see it's your child calling, and you're like, "Oh my God, something's wrong." And you answer the phone and you get this. And it's the oldest, always the oldest. And it's this. Could you tell David that he needs to? And then he's immediately cut off by David, who's like "Ma, ma, 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 ma," screaming in the background. He can't even really understand what he's saying. Mike's like, "Could you tell David that he needs to do his chores, or he needs to let me go over to so and so's house by myself?" And it's like, do you know I'm at work?
Yes, Bonnie, thank you. At least somebody is like acknowledging me because, honestly, I thought like my child was a sociopath for a minute. And I was like, is there something wrong that she just like does not have empathy? But I just think it's something that children lack until they have maybe things happen to them that then where they feel the need to then enact empathy. I think it is like a life skill that you get like by
Okay.
interacting
And
with
when
other
we're
people.
talking about empathy, let's just cover some things. Okay.
Okay, because
Michael,
yeah, the lack of empathy when they call you about
Michael
this, because look,
and
they're
Mark.
about to fight and kill each other. Literally, they'd be like dueling it out. And
Okay.
here's one of their arguments, because you didn't even do one of their arguments good. Mom, David has to do it. You need to tell David that he needs to do his chores. I already did that. I already was doing it. He didn't give me a chance. That is more like their conversation.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
Now, let
that's
me
really
explain.
what it is.
Let me explain
Meanwhile,
quickly.
can you tell Mike to do this though? Because he was supposed to do this earlier and he's yelling at me about this. That's their conversation.
Yes. Now, let me explain some empathy points between these two brothers. I believe 4 years ago, these brothers who had the rule at this time that they weren't allowed to leave the homestead without permission and somebody being awake. Mom was not awake yet.
Yes.
She was sleeping. It was super early. They had a friend stay over overnight, and they decided to sneak off the homestead on bikes. And they
Yep.
just went just a little bit down the road. It wasn't very far at all. They were super close. You know, I could have visually looked outside and seen them if I was up. Okay. And so they didn't go far, but it's a big ditch that they were using like an empty swimming pool back in the day for the skaters, right? Except they're
Yeah,
on
like a
bikes.
little bull ramp, you know.
Yeah. So they're all in there. They're doing their thing. They're thinking they're going to be back before mom ever wakes up. Well, Mike falls on his bike. Okay.
Yep. I remember this day.
Mike breaks his
Because
arm.
legitimately, I was up and I had called you. So by then you were up. We're talking. And all of a sudden, like, and I mean, it was just like our first little morning talk. And like in the morning when we usually, like, back in the day when, you know, especially Red wasn't working, like, the first thing we would do basically before our eyeballs were even open would be call the other person. So,
Right.
like, while
And
we're waking up,
like our
we're
whole morning.
talking. Yeah, we did our whole morning routine together. You know what I mean? So it was
I
like, you know, get up, get some coffee or a
just
drink, or
I had literally just answered the phone and hadn't even like opened my eyeballs yet.
no. So we're like just having our
Oh,
morning, like, because I don't know why I was up that morning. I was just like, "Are you awake?"
and
And
I
you're like,
hear
"No, but yes."
the camper door open, and then I hear Mike go, "Mom." So I roll over, I open my eyeballs. Now she's on the phone on speaker, and I'm like, "What?" As I'm opening my eyes, he says, "I think I really broke it." Now he's holding his arm up in the air, and there is a very distinct U in it, and his hand is just hanging there. I was like, "Oh my God. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. Everything's fine."
No, you
It's
actually made a noise that was very not fine. It was like, there was like a noise. I don't know even how to explain it.
well,
But there
because
was
it took
like a noise,
that lie
but it
out.
wasn't like it wasn't noticeable, but like just the way you changed the direction of the conversation, you could tell it was serious.
Now I literally, well, because like I said, it took a minute to get that lie out.
Well, that's what I mean. You made a noise
And
though. It wasn't a long noise. It was like
I typically,
it's gonna be fine. And I was like, oh, I know Red. The is not fine. It was just like a no. See that it was not fine.
and
I was like, what you mean though? I was like, what's going on? I'm all over here. I can't see nothing. You know, this was before video chat was really good. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like you could really video chat like that. And I'm like, so what?
yes, and I'm like, I have to go. I have to go right now, and I have to get a car here because he broke his arm. And she's like, "Are you sure it's? Oh, it's broke.
Right.
There is you in
And
the
this
arm."
kid is super calm, mind
Yeah,
you.
he's not even crying.
No, he wasn't even upset.
No,
He was just like,
no.
I think my arm's broken.
Now,
Like real nonchalant.
come to find out, this is because the child has been sitting alone now in this ditch with a broken arm for like an hour plus
Right.
because he broke his arm and David and the friend ditched him and ran.
Yes, left him. Just left him on his own in the desert. There could have been vultures.
Right.
Like, how you gonna leave him in the desert? Like, damn. That's like the beginning of a bad movie, like left in the desert, all alone.
broken arm. And this kid had to bring back a bike and push it up out of this thing with this broken arm and push it all the way back over here and come in all with this broken arm. And it was very,
Because
very
that was
broke.
my first question. I was like, so where's where's David? I'm thinking he's probably hurt worse, right? This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he's
No,
probably hurt
I was,
worse
I
somewhere.
was,
Why he
I
had
was
to like
thinking,
carry himself back and they couldn't bring him. No,
nope,
first
nope.
thing out of his mouth,
I
he
was
left
thinking,
me.
I was thinking actually that David's fucking lazy ass was still in bed and that this was some Mike venture that he went on by himself. Okay.
I thought, yeah, no, I thought for sure they was out together and probably crashed
I
into each
thought
other
for
or
sure.
something.
I thought for sure David's lazy ass was still sleeping, and that's why David wasn't with him. Because, oh my God, if his brother would have freaking broken his arm, David would have been here like immediately. That was my
In
thought.
2 seconds and telling me about it, right?
Right.
Wrong.
Wrong. Wrong. No, they ditched him. They left him for dead. And
Buzzards was circling. There was a vulture. Like, he was all alone.
eagles, all the things, coyotes,
Right.
foxes, they were all circling him, you know.
Right.
And
Poor
uh,
thing.
then he got back here, and I hung up with her. And my first call was to Bell, and he was like, "Are you sure it's broke?" I'm like, "Listen, believe me when I tell you this shit is broke."
Right.
And then my next call is to Peanut Gallery, and I'm like, again, he's like the same way. "Are you sure it's broke?" Yeah, yeah.
Pretty sure.
There's
Yeah.
there's no question. Okay,
Yeah.
it's and
Yeah.
he's like,
Because Red was
"Get
like, no, the bone is sticking out of the skin. I can
no, it
see.
wasn't. It wasn't. It
Well, you know
wasn't.
what I mean? Like, as far as you knew, the bone wasn't attached anymore. Let's put it like that.
Oh, definitely not." And so then he's like, "Get it in a bucket of ice water," and I was like, "Right." And got a big bucket, put some ice in it, got some water in it, got his arm in it. I just kept telling him he was fine, everything was going to be fine. And both the dads pretty much showed up at the exact same time, and they both wanted to treat it like mom was crazy and it probably really wasn't so bad. And then I'm like, show him. And he pulled his arm up out of the bucket, and both dads were like, "Well, yep, let's get in the car." And in the vehicle we got, and off to the hospital we went. And for anybody who's wondering, he actually broke one of the hardest bones to break. He broke the the two bones that run in the bottom of the arm, the ulna and the radius. He broke both in one break, right at the growth plate of the wrist. Hence the U bone that you could see. Oh God, it was so creepy. It was so weird how it looked. I can never really describe that. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And then they used ketamine, and that was
They put him
really
in a K-hole, y'all.
that was really scary, actually, guys, to
Yeah,
watch.
that's no bullshit. The K-hole is no joke. Like, that's why people do ketamine recreationally, because I'm telling you, it brings you to places that, like,
Uh,
it can mess
nope.
you up afterwards. Like,
A lot of
it
people.
knocks you out, though. That's, like, its
I watched this
purpose.
shit. Okay, now I'm going to be for real. Okay, so the doctor came to us and he told us about the ketamine, and he explained that he was against most use of it, but he did believe that it had a clinical purpose, and that this was one of those clinical purposes, because although Mike was very young and this should be easily reset, he's also very large in his bone structure and his age, and he is the size of an actual pretty much
Man.
adult man.
Yep.
And Thus, he didn't really know if he was going to be able to reset this without surgery. And so he wanted to use the ketamine because he said that this was the exact example of a clinical use appropriately for it.
Well, they
And
always they use it quite often in surgeries and sedation for sure. You
Mike
know,
was about
people even get it for pain management. You know, a lot of it's mixed into pain creams, especially for like my condition. A lot of people get like a pain concoction that has ketamine and has like Voltaren gel mixed in and a bunch of things from Compound Pharmacy. You know, it's actually quite common. In Australia, they use it to treat depression under a dosage under a clinician where you go in and take a large dose and then they watch you and then they let you go afterwards and then it
now
resets people's depression. So, you know, I
with
mean, doctors try to act like, oh, it's a horse tranquilizer, this or that, blah, blah, blah. Ketamine is actually shown a lot more promise in many more modalities than most drugs have ever in their lifetime, where most drugs have just killed people. Ketamine does not, I mean, it's a horse tranquilizer. I guess you could take enough to kill yourself, but from what I've heard from most people, and especially recreational people, it's like a religious experience, or for people who are using it for depression, changes their life, or for quick pain management, like in this doctor's case. It's something that you can use quick to make somebody go out hard and go out for as long as you need them to, and maybe like an hour or so. Where
right,
other drugs you run the risk, like with David, where he ended up waking through those drugs, even though
right.
they were very strong, very potent drugs like Versed and other things, it didn't matter. So like, but ketamine is in the right dosage with an anesthesiologist is going to be the one way to knock somebody out like cold.
Now, when they used it with Mike, you know, he did tell us all these things. We said, let's go ahead and give it a try. Mike was in agreement. And so we did. And I mean, they reset the bone and he did not feel anything.
No,
Um,
because it's really good for pain management. Like that's what,
well, they
like, if
reset the
you
bones
insert,
up.
like I said, in certain circles they actually use it for patients for pain management, so it makes sense in that case to use it and why he would feel like zero pain,
Yeah. And,
which is good because that could have been traumatic.
but it was really scary because he was not present. He was not in his body. He was not there. And it took
Yeah,
a long time for him to come back fully.
well,
Like
yeah, it's called a K-hole.
he had to learn how to rewalk, y'all. Like,
It's called the K-hole, and it's scary. Like when you hear about it, like on the recreational side, like it brings you like so deep into your mind that like it's hard to
nope.
explain. Like
I
it's
can
not like
honestly say
acid or other drugs, but this makes sense why it like totally like wiped his mind. You know what I mean?
I
It's like eternal
can
sunshine of the spotless mind. You know?
listen. I can honestly say that by watching it in the medical use, okay, with
Hmm.
my personal experience watching it on my son, nope, hard fucking pass for me. Never would I.
They're using it though at an astronomical dose, and they probably dosed him like a grown ass man. So, for clinical usage for other things, it would never be used at that amount. Like that's a
No,
extenuating
I would use
circumstance.
it for medical reasons. I would never use it recreationally ever. That's what I meant.
Yeah, people at recreational doses are taking it at high amounts too.
Yep.
Like
Nope.
high
Mm-mm.
amounts.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
Hard pass for me. No way.
It is just a horse tranquilizer. I mean, it depends on how much you take, but like, so like there's entry level doses. It's just like anything. But for certain people, like, the one drug that I've heard really scary experiences with are ketamine, like these
Yeah.
K-holes, like I'm talking about. Like people get
Yeah.
stuck. Like it's
Yeah.
fucked up. Like I've never heard shit like that.
Now
Like you get stuck.
with Mike, now he's got this broken arm. It's in a cast, and we ended up he used quartz crystal and malachite. Those were and lapis lazuli. Those were his three go-to stones that he tucked up into his cast and kept there next to his broken bone to help aid his healing. And then he did comfrey tea. And we didn't know about arnica then. Or
I
kratom.
think you did. You knew
Oh,
about kratom, but
did
you
know
weren't taking
arnica.
it yet. But you did
You
know about the
introduced
arnica.
us to, yeah, because that
The
was our first use.
flower.
We used the
Yeah, you
flour.
only had the flour and you had to make tea and you had to dilute it because we didn't know about the dosaging with the flour
Yep,
in children and
yep. But
yeah,
it
so it
really
probably
was
wasn't the best effective use like homeopathy like when you
right.
used it with David. Yeah,
He
but he
said
did
that it.
have at least that.
He did say that it worked better than the Percocet that they had given him.
Right. Yeah, cuz they did have him on that for like whatever like they gave him like 10 days
Yeah,
worth or
remember
whatever, but
making him sick.
yeah, he did get really sick from those, which I felt bad for the kid because, I mean, it
But
wasn't that bad
the
till all the
level of
drugs wore off, and
empathy,
then that's when he
which
was in a
is
little bit of pain.
the level of empathy, which is what we were discussing. David ditched him with the broken arm, and then he comes back. He's in a cast. He's all doped up, and David's like, he can still do dishes.
Yeah, like, no, he can't. You can't get it wet. Like, what's wrong with you?
So David
Like,
did dishes for.
he had no empathy for him then. He was like, why can't Mike do it? Why do I have to do it? Why?
So
Why? Why?
in return, David gets run over by a truck, dies twice, goes to the children's hospital, is gone for an entire week, hospitalized, goes through surgeries, comes back, and Mike's like, what do you mean he can't do chores?
Yeah, like 2 weeks in, he was like, oh, so he's good now, right? Like,
No, not even
no.
2 weeks, days in, and Mike's like,
No,
he's
because
good.
you were still staying over at the other place, so he didn't have a chance to ask about that till you came back, and then it was like a weekend, and he's like, "So is he ready to do stuff again?" Like,
Right, right.
what? Like
Yeah.
he's not
And he's
ready to do
pushing him,
anything yet. Like he still has to stay still.
and he's pushing him, and he's,
They were
pro-
fighting by like day 4 or 5 already though, and they both were asking for it though because I mean you've got David over here cracking jokes like a grown man. Okay, y'all know what rare form he was in after the accident. Like he
yeah,
was high, cocky, and just real extra. And so he's all out here pushing buttons. Meanwhile, Mike's like, push that button one more time. And then David's like, come on, let's go. And then they're like, ah, it was really out of control. Like, there were some scary times. Like,
it was.
why don't you guys care about each other? Like, your brother almost died, and I get he wasn't around to see it, but it's like we was gone though, and we've never left your whole life.
Not
Like, you should have known it was bad.
not kidding at all. Yes, brothers, because this is that empathy thing. Um, they don't have it for each other. Now, if mom's not doing good, they have empathy for mom.
Yes, they do. But
I
only so much to be like, but you can't make dinner though. Like,
right, right. I mean, you
so
could
that
be in a
means
full
like I don't
body
get something to eat.
cast, and they'll cater to you all day long. Come dinner time, though, they're like, so you're gonna like magically have some sort of crane that like is going to take you to the stove, and you're going to magically be able to move your arms to make dinner, right?
Right.
Like they've been
Right.
hand feeding you all day because you are literally in a full body cast, and literally come dinner time, that's what they're going to expect. Make no doubt. But whatever.
Right. That's kids for you though.
It is. It is.
I don't know what you do about them. Because I mean,
Now,
they're terrible sometimes. Like they just, I don't know.
back to our plant talk here. At the same time, Lawrence is going to come across Baxter's work, and he builds a sophisticated psychogalvanic analyzer, plant response detector. New equipment. He got a series of wild tracings from his plants. This was because he retrospectively calls his ignorance and classical Peruvian orthodoxy. He ascribed these effects to be faults in his instrumentation. Nevertheless, it caused his suspicion that plant tissues could pick up human thought and emotion slowly became more concrete in the light of Baxter's achievements. Now, Lawrence was reminded that years previously, Sir James Jeans, he was a British astronomer, he wrote, "The stream of human knowledge is impartially heading toward a non-mechanical reality. The universe begins to look more like a great thought than a great machine. Mind no longer appears as an accidental intruder into the realm of matter. We are beginning to suspect that we ought rather to hail it as the creator and governor of this realm." Eyeballs, y'all. Eyeballs. Okay. Oh, you know what, Kathleen? Everyone says that they freaking grow out of it. And I know two adult brothers right now that I can firmly say, no, they don't ever grow out of it. They get worse. It gets worse when they get older. They just live in separate areas. Now, October 1969, Lawrence starts publishing his series of popular articles that are based on reading and research. The very first appeared in Electronics and the Living Plant. This was an electronics world. He told his readers, for the first time in a millennia, the green leaves poked their heads out of Paleozoic swamps. Plants were at last beginning to be studied for their electrodynamic properties. Four main questions. Four main questions. That were attracting serious attention. Could plants be integrated with electronic readouts to form major data sensors and transducers? Could they be trained to respond to the presence of selected objects and images? Were they alleged supersensory perceptions verifiable? And of the 350,000 plant species known to science, which ones were the most promising from the electronic point of view? Drama queens, I believe. Providing detailed instructions for investigating behavior of living plant cells with micro electrodes, Lawrence reported, in the Moon Garden developed by Republic Aviation at Farmingdale, New York, scientists had been able in 1960 to induce what appeared to be nervous breakdown and complete frustration in plants being tested as possible space foods, and that even earlier in his laboratory at East Grinstead, Sussex, England, Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, had noted that plants dislike certain types of artificial light, such as the cold light emitted by sodium street lamps, which can cause them to come out in a cold sweat, clearly visible on their foliage. Lawrence warned his readers, working with plants was not a matter of electronic expertise, and that working with the Baxter effect involved much more than the mere abilities to construct top quality electronic equipment. There are certain qualities here And he said that they do not enter into normal experimental situations. According to those experimenting in this area, it is necessary to have a green thumb and, most important, a genuine love for plants. Half a year later, Lawrence followed up his revelations with an even more controversial article. And it was posted, same magazine, and it was titled Electronics and Parapsychology. This one began by Lawrence asking, does man possess latent sensitivities that have been stifled by modern communication systems? Now, y'all, he's asking this back in like the 70s. The 70s. He's like, so what's up here? And he points out that fledgling science of parapsychology has long suspected, because of an occult background, having to fight for acceptance, the application of electronic instruments, permitting dramatic new experiments and bringing forth stunning discoveries which might rival orthodox communications, arts, and sciences, even right now, currently in use, but back then, currently in use. So it comes back again around to that money and hiding things. Yes, Kathleen, hiding forbidden books, hiding the studies, saying that people are crazy. Exactly. Now, it's also stressing need for machine systems that are capable of testing ESP in an unbiased and impartial way. But those have been recognized 50 years ago when the Italian scientist Federico Casamali developed the ultra-high frequency apparatus that tested human telepathy. So Lawrence reported that that Federico's experiments had never been repeated because the fascist director, Benito Mussolini, y'all, had declared the work secret. Isn't that cute? So, fascinating offspring of Federico's idea as a machine, Lawrence continues, is an apparatus called the
Good night, Bonnie.
Integratron. Good night, Bonnie. Have a good night. Researched by George W. Van Tassel. Now, he is an inventor living in Yucca Valley, California, and he's self-taught, and he's not far from Giant Rock Airport, and developed over 20 years ago this Integratron, and it's still under construction. Van Tassel's house Von Tassel has it housed in a non-metallic dome-like structure, 38 feet high, 58 feet in diameter, looks like an astronomical observatory. It is an electrostatic magnetic generator with armatures over 4 times larger than any other in existence. The proceedings of von Tassel's colleague of Universal Wisdom states fields generated by the machine encompass entire structures, and this is why the dome contains no nails or bolts or metal, but is held together like a Chinese puzzle and is 6 times stronger than any commercial building code requires. When completed, it's supposed to, according to von Tassel, not only help solve the problem of extraterrestrial communication, but to afford such possibilities as rejuvenation of body cells and anti-gravity force, as well as the ultimate of psychic experiences, time travel. Yes, Kathleen. So, what puzzles orthodox scientists and makes skeptics of many people is the lack of any working theory to cover the kind of phenomenon. Dr. W.G. Roll, presidential address to the 7th annual convention of the Parapsychological Association that was held in Oxford, England, 1964, postulated psi fields. It was an analog to electromagnetic or gravitational fields possibly possessed by all objects living and non-living, which could react with known physical fields and with one another. Another theory that was now put forth in 1956 by Dr. Wasserman, at Sibia Foundation Symposium, is that it leans on a quantum mechanics. He suggests psi fields, which enable persons to have paranormal experiences, are due to the reception of inconceivably small quanta of energy, far more minute than those which can actually be absorbed by matter fields of classical physics. So then the Baxter effect. Oh, we lost. Oh, she's came back. Okay, welcome back.
Thank you. It keeps telling me, like, if it keeps happening, let us know. We want to help. No, you don't. You're not helping. You're not helping.
Experiences are due to reception of inconceivably small quanta of energy, far more minute than those which can be absorbed by matter fields of classical physics. So then the Baxter effect and other related considerations, says Lawrence, led to the idea that psi is by part of a so-called paranormal matrix, a unique communications grid which binds all life together. Its phenomena apparently work on multi-input basis, which operates beyond currently known physical laws. Within this framework, Lawrence claims, plants, after sensitization, are coordinating by their owners, can reach a state of communication in which they are able to react to their owner's emotions or state of mind, even if they are far away. 1971, June, Popular Electronics. Lawrence provides any researcher wishing to investigate communication with plants with detailed diagrams and parts list for a response detector, allowing for extremely sensitive tests. Warning that constant repetition was an important factor in such testing. Lawrence also stated that if a plant specimen is stimulated continuously, badly injured, or infrequently watered, it would tire quickly and even lapse into shock and die. Researchers were therefore cautioned to be gentle with their plants, allow them to recuperate after experimentation. The area in which plants live must be quiet, Lawrence added. This was so that stimuli can be effectively applied with a minimum of power line noise or disturbances from radio frequency transmission to cause faulty indications. Power line noise, y'all.
Back.
power line noise. They were already talking about EMF waves back then. Okay? Just saying. Now, Lawrence's ideas about plants were then corroborated and elaborated by a Czech publisher and student of psychology, Gene Murda, and his experience, who now lives in Canada. Also has psychic gifts that allow Jane to plunge an iron bar into a blacksmith's forge, heat it to incandescence, then calmly brush sparks off of its white hot end with his bare hand as easily as he would rub dust from a shelf. Now, freshly settled in Canada, John supported himself for 2 months working as troubleshooter for a very large Montreal grower and importer of tropical plants. So, when clients in office and residential buildings complained plants were getting sick, John was sent to ascertain the trouble. He also took care of thousands of plants in the firm's extensive greenhouse. He noticed that the effects of loneliness produced when a plant is taken away from hundreds of its friends often caused it such a shock that it would pine and die. However, if it was returned to the greenhouse, it would immediately perk up, regain normal green and healthy life. The result of hundreds of house calls, he noticed that plants thrived better when they were constantly communicated by office workers and homeowners than when they were left by themselves.
Oh, Kathleen, you'll have to go back and listen to the other parts of the series because we talked about that too. This is not
Yes.
just, tonight's topic. This has been a topic for a while. If you go back to Journey into Freedom on Freedom Revolution Network's playlist, and you'll see that, we've been doing this for quite a while. So I think you'll find it. I don't know if you've been following or not, but
I think this is
if you
part 5.
haven't, it's a great. Yep.
I think we're in part 4 or 5.
I'd say 5, I think, because I think we did part 4 last time and then we're coming back.
Now, so examples were the majestic ficus, nearly 30 feet tall. It was transported from Florida. It was in excellent condition when it arrived. It was placed around a fountain in a shopping center indoor circular solarium. It began wilting within 2 days in spite of very careful watering and feeding. Those in heavily traveled passageways leading to the solarium retained their radiant vigor. To Gian, this was a sure sign that the ficus enjoyed being admired by the passerbyers. Now, we're going to go back to 1970. Lawrence reads that in the Ukraine, radio frequencies as well as ultrasonic vibrations are being used to stimulate cereal grain seeds to produce a higher yield, and that this has been going on as far back as the early 1930s. Here it comes. The United States Department of Agriculture successfully experimented the same way. So Lawrence gave up his college position and set out independently developing advanced equipment with which he hoped would hopes that seed grains can be provoked on a commercial scale to grow better and faster. He's quoted by saying, if a plant seedling can be stimulated on a parapsychological basis, as the famous plant breeder Luther Burbank knew, then I don't see why we can't transmit specific signals to whole fields of crops to stimulate their growth without all these damned soil-killing fertilizers.
Right.
Now, we're going to go 1971, February, Popular Electronics. Lawrence is going to present his own experimental arrangement to test his own theories about stimulating plant growth in extremely high voltage electrostatic fields and the invention and use of cheap chemical fertilizers. And he's going to assert which has suppressed the ideas of countless engineers on how to nourish plants electrically. With nitrate pollution from these fertilizers threatening the world's ecological panorama and its water supply, he was urging that these ideas be revived. Acting on his very own advice, he works up a patient application on special sound types and plant stimulation techniques. He combines this with the Baxter effect methods and stimulates his plants in a wireless fashion. This effort turned Lawrence the engineer into Lawrence the philosopher. Quote, there was a time when I was a child when the whole world seemed alive and knowing. Trees were friends, and as George Eliot put it, flowers see us and know what we're thinking about. He wrote this in Organic Gardening and Farming. Then came a time when plants just grew, silently and without emotion. But today, I'm entering a second childhood, at least as far as plants are concerned. Lawrence became torn between interest in stimulating plant growth electrically and projects to achieve interstellar communication. And he felt that the effort to contact extraterrestrial life was more important in the long run. Quote, if routine results can be achieved in CETI, many questions attached to riddles in the plant kingdom will be answered as a consequence. June 5th, 1973, Research Division, Anchorage College of Truth in San Bernardino, California, announces an inauguration of the world's first biological type interstellar communication observatory under the direction of George Lawrence, now also a vice president of Anchor. For the new research program, Lawrence designed what he calls a stellatron. This combines in one 3-ton instrument the features of a radio telescope, a biological signal receiving system of the biodynamic field station. Anchor president Ed Johnson talked to the press. Since radio astronomy has failed to detect intelligent signals from space, the college backed Lawrence's idea that radio transmission was out of date and that biological communication should be given a trial, pointing out that in our own galaxy alone, there are some 200 billion stars. Lawrence claimed that if one assumed each one of them to have at least 5 companion planets, a total of 1 trillion might consequently be available for study. Even if only 1 planet in 1,000 has intelligent life, this would amount to 1 billion in our galaxy alone. Multiplied by the 10 billion galaxies believed to comprise the observable universe, there could be over 10 trillion planets capable of sending some kind of signal to Earth. Anchors found a Reverend Alan M. Harrell that thinks that contact with another race in the universe is going to trigger tremendous explosion of knowledge. Harrell was quoted as saying, given the destructive brutality of humankind, we may expect any newly discovered civilization to be infinitely more loving and compassionate than we are.
Mm. Right.
Okay. Now, he even said plants perhaps are true extraterrestrials. Lawrence observes, and I quote, for they converted an early mineral world into a habitat suitable for man by processes that border on near perfect magic. What remains to be done now is to remove all traces of occultism and make plant response, including communications phenomena, a verifiable component of orthodox physics. Instrument concepts reflect this effort. Now, if Lawrence was on the right track, inherently desired prospect of producing the hardware to move man into the vastness of interstellar space on the Columbian voyage of discovery will be rendered as completely obsolete as Columbus's flagship, Santa Maria. Lawrence's research suggesting, as it does, that intelligence are communicating instantly across distances requiring millions of light years to reach, indicates that what is needed is not spaceships, but the proper telephone numbers to contact them. The work is still in very exploratory stage, and his biodynamic field station may be a step toward plugging into the universal switchboard with plants as the pretty cheerful and efficient co-operators.
Mm.
Now, that's some serious stuff there tonight, guys, with plants and pioneer and I mean galactic, response and wow, like cybernetics. They were already talking about cybernetics in the freaking 60s. Are you kidding me right now?
Right. Right.
And for anyone to think that they haven't taken that further. Again, it must be nice living in Never Never Land, and I'll stop by and visit you when I want to break from fucking reality.
Right.
Because you're living in a fairy tale world. If you can listen to all of these things that we're saying and not understand that the United States government and all the other things funded by the United States government know these things, have been experimenting with these things, and have kept us in the dark about them, and have made other researchers into these things who have proven these things out to be crazy, or that we don't want to listen to them in whichever fashions or reasons. And it's been, highly ignored and laughed about and so forth and so on. I live right next to the Cosmic Highway, Kathleen. And we have a UFO observatory here. On the Cosmic Highway. I live in the valley where the first mutilations took place, which are for some of the first reported mutilations took place, which are actually very wrongly labeled cattle mutilations, but the actual very first known reported mutilation was of a horse. And I actually live so close to that it's like, I don't know, 3 miles down the road. The farm that horse was killed and mutilated on. Yeah, it's like literally 3 to 5 miles down the road. The UFO observatory is literally, I don't know, like 15 miles down the road, 15, 20 miles down the road, maybe. Yeah, so I live in one of the biggest supposed UFO active areas in the world. Ask me on a personal level, do I think I see things in the sky? Yes, often. I have to question it a lot.
Right.
I also believe that I live incredibly too close for my own liking to entrances to Dulce. I'm always afraid of what's going to pop out of that damn mountain. And I also believe that this tiny little town up here, Crestone, holds in something very dark, very ugly. I believe it's been leaking and seeping out. There's been some new things that have come out of there that have been very questionable as of late, and I don't want to speak out against anyone in any fashion, especially after the threats that have been posted about it. So all I'm going to say is, there are some people that seem to be spewing some quite awful hate, and some very hurtful things towards others, and their actions have proven to be quite harmful to others. That being the case, when you're harming others, it's no longer fun for everyone. It's no longer loving, guys. So I hope that you become aware of that, and that you are blessed with love. That's what I'm going to say about that. They do. They do listen all the time. Something's always listening. Especially to Scarlett and I, we often get, overran, really, being cut off. We've even had our stuff after it's come back, like uploaded, for repeat. They have taken things out and like put us together in a weird way that made us sound completely lunatical and crazy.
Truth.
So much so that I even believe that we pulled that episode that they did that.
Yeah, that one episode, yeah, that they made me sound all psychotic.
Yep.
Right. That was ridiculous. Like, they tried to make me say something against Dr. Martin Luther King that I didn't even say.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Like, I've never heard anything like it. And then that's when I had researched deep fakes. And then I found out about this whole genre of deep fakes. Like, once they get 3 hours of your voice, so me and Red are screwed. Okay, we're just done. So unless you hear it from our physical bodies, it might not be us. Because once they get 3 hours of your voice, they can then change, pretty much have learned your speaking type and pattern, and can from that moment then recreate things that you would say.
Right.
And
We've
they show this with like the presidents and other things. Like, if you just search deep fakes, there is so much information on the internet from many different places who are really scared about deep fakes,
we've
because
had this
they did
happen.
them with like they did them with like some videos of like George W. Bush and some videos of Obama, and none of them were actually him. But everybody was like, because they were like, I think it was at a TED Talk, and they have 4 different videos of Obama going, right? And then he stops the clips and he's like, which one do you think is the real Obama? And everybody's like, oh, I think it's this one because, and he was like, nope, you're all wrong. They're all deep fakes.
Yep.
So it's like, we have to be very careful about the media that we even consume, because the media that we consume may not even be real. And I know
Right.
that sounds scary, and like I said, borderline lunatical. But once like I said, after the show tonight, you guys go and search deep fakes, and you're gonna learn so much information.
Truth.
Hmm.
Whoa. What?
I mean, I'm trying to get the context of that. I mean, I think she meant it to like something that we might have said like 2 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to find
Amazing.
context. Yeah. You know, Kathleen, that's been happening to us forever. Honestly, researching gets you shut down when you get real close to something that is far away from what they would call mainstream. Once you get away from mainstream topics, you will be ostracized.
Right.
Like, that's just kind of how it works. Especially, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but if you're a woman, because most conspiracy, quote
Or when
unquote,
you're
people,
talking about their
right, I know, or truther people, they want to come after you, especially because that space is usually male.
right.
So I have noticed that too. But one thing that Red and I have known too is that we do get good reception from people as well. Oh, I got a book with Gary. And I bet you it's going to be like closer to September, because when I talked to him, he said July was booked up and August was a little open, but I bet that's not now.
I don't know. We gotta talk about the fairy arrowhead.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we got to talk to him about a lot of stuff.
Oh well, I sent
So,
him that picture.
oh, what do you say?
Oh, he agrees.
Okay, because we're talking about Gary Wayne, everybody. If you guys haven't heard of Gary Wayne before, Gary Wayne is the author of the Genesis 6 Conspiracy, which is a wonderful book that has over 40 years of research. And I can consider Gary to be an expert in all things basically biblical kind of history, as well as like esoteric occultic history. Um, he is just a wonderful man who has so much to talk about. And you know what? The one thing that I love about Gary is he has just as much stamina as we do. If we really wanted to have Gary on for like a 5 hour show, he would stay for 5 hours.
Oh yeah.
Which, now that we're on the new platform, I don't think we've had Gary on since we've switched platforms,
We have not.
and we don't have a time limit. So you guys might be in for like Gary Marathon.
Now, guys, next week we're going to be talking about Soviet discoveries in the 70s with the plants and such. And then that's going to wrap up this section of the secret life or secret universe of plants. And then we're going to enter into Pioneers of Plant Mysteries.
Ooh.
Okay, so now we're gonna start getting like like they weren't already mysterious, like everything that we've already heard in the last, 70 plus pages of this book, that they're already, freaking pretty daggone mystical, but I guess it gets even more so. And that's going to open up. Okay, so you know how we have like bug years?
Mm-hmm.
There's a suggestion of like plant years.
Oh, I could see that.
And so like plant life would magnify 100 million times.
Wow. That's
Okay.
crazy.
Kathleen, we do the sister show Clarity After Dark on Fridays, and that's usually between 10 and 10:30 my time, mountain time, that we start that. And then we have Jiff here, which you've caught tonight, and usually I'm on Jiff at 8 p.m. And that just kind of goes till I tuck her out.
Pretty much. That's where we're at this point. And then, yes, make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for the original Red Pill show, which is coming back. It's going to be some good shows coming out. We've got a lot of new collaborators joining. We've got a lot of new people and a lot of fresh talent. So I'm really excited to introduce you guys to all the new faces here on the Freedom Revolution Network. We couldn't do it without all of you. Again, special shout out for TLO for donating. We couldn't do it without you, buddy. Like, we appreciate you so much. Friday, Friday the show's a little different. That's my show, Clarity After Dark. But Sunday, again, next Sunday, we'll be on this same topic.
Right.
So that's how that works. Yeah, Red Pill's usually at 8 p.m. Mountain. He might go on at 7. But if you go to the website, freedomrevolutionnetwork.com, you can hit the alert bell, and then you'll get a notification anytime we go live. So if you're wondering when you want to catch the shows, and then you can just see who's on, and if you don't want to watch, then tune out. But if it's me or Red or your favorite shows, then you're, good to go and ready to watch. And it's not like YouTube where you never get the notification. You always get the notification. I haven't really noticed not getting the notification when someone goes live.
Right.
So I do like that because YouTube had been playing around for a while. If you subscribe and then alert all for all lives, sometimes it doesn't give you the notification. So you got to be careful with that. So we want everybody to, be able to get in contact with us. Oh, also, we have got we're going to have a new domain here soon. But for now, if you guys want to join the new social network that we have, which is our alternative to the Zuck, please go to frn.live/social, which in a couple weeks here we'll be switching the domain over to frn.live. How do you like that, Red?
Oh, nice.
I know. Would it be nice to not always have to say freedomrevolutionnetwork.com?
Yes.
It will. So frn.live will be our new home. But for now, the social network is live, so you can go to frn.live/social. And I think a little S on social, not big S, or maybe big S on social. I don't know. But something like that. You'll get in, you can log in and have your own account. And we're going to start to be more active on there. And so we can talk to you guys and share more information that we know won't get us banned. So that is all right.
Right.
Because I think we're all
Oh.
tired of the censorship.
So hashtag I said what I said.
Okay.
And I'm gonna bring it up again just because I feel the need. I was going whitewater rafting today, right? And I was going through the Widowmaker, and guess what happened? There was this rock, and it told me Epstein didn't kill himself. Totally cut me out there, didn't it?
Nope, it was funny. Epstein didn't kill himself.
Okay.
But Red can talk to rocks, y'all. Like, that's real.
And so also in the Widowmaker, it mentioned that that his partner in crime isn't going to kill herself.
That is the new social network address, frn.net.live/social. So I had it wrong. So my bad. frnet.live/social. I'm getting used to it myself. We just announced it like a day or two ago, and we're not really using it, but we can use it now, and I can announce it. So, but the website portion won't be up yet.
Yeah. So, that same rock also mentioned that, Gillian wasn't gonna
Well,
Gillian.
we're going to see her, Ghislaine Maxwell. We'll probably see her next. Her trial is until 2021. How many bets do we got? Because that was the same as Epstein. So how many weeks does she get COVID or kill herself?
Right. And they sent her to the same place that, Epstein supposedly was able to kill himself. So.
Right, testing, right? Because they're about to test and then be like, oh, she's got the COVID, and now that she's got the COVID, we have to segregate her somewhere else, and then boom, Ghislaine Maxwell dead, COVID-19.
Yeah. Nanu for real. That's
there's no intelligent life left, y'all.
Robin Williams right there. Old school Robin Williams. Love that throwback. Yeah, I'm just, yeah. It was an FYI thing,
I just feel like that was tonight's public service announcement.
It was. It was. I thought I made good use of the names of the rapids that I used.
I felt like you did. You brought in like a daily occurrence, like, like Sesame Street. Like today's show was brought to you in part by
Epstein didn't kill
TLO.
himself.
Yeah, TLO and Epstein didn't kill himself. That's pretty much. So those are our sponsors for tonight's show. And we appreciate all of you. So if you also want to make a donation, you sure can by going to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com, hit the donate button, and then you can donate either monthly, so you could subscribe, much like public television, where you can subscribe and your dollars go to keeping us on the air and just keeping our network costs. We literally run at break even or paying out of our pockets to keep everybody running. We are not making money doing this. This is a group collective to try to make a better network of information. So if you also know people who want to start a show, or people who are interested in writing columns, or people who have products to sell that have been denied on Etsy, please send them our way. You can have them email me, stationmanager@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. That would be wonderful, because we're getting all types of people started. I have like 4 or 5 people ready to start doing all different types of things on the network. We're about to kind of really explode into a new era. Scarlett's going off grid. I'm gonna be living in an RV like Red. We're gonna be doing the thing. So, you'll get to hear about all our escapades and adventures and, all that good fun stuff too. But I think it's going to be a good thing for everybody. It's time. After watching the riots and I watched Minneapolis burn, I honestly just think it's time. I found out one of my friends, who I've known, the one friend I brought up to you the other night, like, oh, I haven't heard from them, and, I wonder what's going on. I found out that they dipped out of Dodge and took their fifth wheel and left and have been living in a different state.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. This is why I have not heard. So it made sense. But people all over are kind of moving around and kind of getting their positions ready. I think people realize that the atmosphere is changing, like our other commenter earlier tonight, who was talking about these things. I think that we've just seen a very simple. You
No,
can get online off grid really easy with the cell phone nowadays.
yeah.
That's how Red's doing it. Red's on a cell phone with no electricity and no running water in her camper right now.
I've done this for 4 years.
Yeah, Red's lived like this for 4 years doing the show with me. So yeah, no, it's really easy. So, and then up there too, I can get wired. I mean, I'm going off grid as far as off the beaten path, and but there is electricity there. It is wired. I can get wired internet. So I mean, it's not like I'm off the grid, but I'm on 20 acres with no neighbors on a lake, where it's like most of it's like wooden trail. I feel like I live in like my own state park, because like the trails and what we've got in there, and it's like going on a nature hike like every day. So it's just amazing. But yeah, it's really easy nowadays off grid. They even have satellite internet companies that I could get a satellite dish attached to my RV, and pay like $80 a month and get satellite internet. You can get Dish TV for campers. There's all types of stuff you can get now. Yeah, like people don't realize, but 25 million Americans live full time in an RV.
And we don't even own a TV.
Right. Yeah, but see, I'm close enough to South Dakota where South Dakota's still free, and so I'll be able to get out at least to South Dakota. So like that's my last ditch plan. Like if things just go totally bum in Minnesota and everywhere gets really bad, which up there I just can't see it happening. Maybe people turning on each other. But where I'm at, I'm far enough away from town where I'm in the middle of nowhere between like wildlife refuges and, there's nobody around me. We don't have a neighbor for, maybe a mile. So, I mean, oh, and guess what, Red? Guess what the best news of all? Tell me this isn't fate. So did I tell you that the farm across the way, there's a farm across the way that's like one of the only properties like that's on our lake? Did I tell you about this?
It totally cut you out.
So did I tell you about the farm that's across the lake?
No.
Okay, so there's a farm across the lake. Guess what they grow, Red?
What?
Just guess. What is the one thing I need in like massive quantities?
Kratom.
No, but second choice, think about little dude. What does he eat the most of?
Potatoes.
Guess what kind of farm it is?
Potatoes.
But guess what kind of potatoes? Guess where they sell their potatoes to? Just guess.
I have no idea.
McDonald's.
Oh, wow.
And at the end of the year, because McDonald's only wants the big potatoes, he lets the neighbors take as many potatoes as they frickin' want, Red.
Oh, nice.
I'm set for life on potatoes. What was I so worried about before quarantine?
Mm-hmm.
Potatoes. I bought freezers just to buy potatoes and french fries.
Yep.
For real. My parents went out to a restaurant, like buying place, like not even like Costco, but like a restaurant place, and bought like a case of french fries.
Right.
But now I'm going to literally live feet, maybe like, across the lake from a McDonald's potato farmer. How perfect is that? I mean, that's
Right.
pretty sweet.
That's great.
Yeah. So I'm pretty excited.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, my kid is like literally only eats potatoes. Like this is a really big deal. So to know that I can have as many potatoes as I want.
Right.
And they're quality potatoes. And I know they'll make good fries. What potatoes do you need to make fries? McDonald's potatoes.
They cut all that out until McDonald's potatoes.
Of course. What do you need to make fries? McDonald's potatoes.
Right.
Super excited about that. So that was my last exciting bit of information. But I just thought, like, with all the synchronicities, like, to have those potatoes, I mean, amazing.
Right.
Yeah. How'd that work out? I'm excited because I'm getting ready to move into mine, and Red lives in hers, and
yeah, but Red's ready to not live in hers anymore.
Yeah, Red's tired of that life, and mine is set up as a park model, so I think Red would appreciate my house even more than hers. It's got a patio door. It's kind of set up like a little house with a sitting area, and you know what I mean.
Right.
When you go in, it feels more like a house because there's cabinets everywhere and overhead cabinets above stuff, and I have like a L-shaped, like kitchen kind of thing that comes out. It just gives you more like a small home feel than like we've been camping for like 490, 700 days. It just gets old after a little bit.
It does.
And I know you're itching for the house. which I'm really excited for us because basically we have like a shell built, and all we got to do is really kind of fix it up, and then we've got something going. So the RV is really just kind of temporary and something for us to own collateral because we don't really own anything that's of value.
Right.
Like at least you have your goats. Like you got something that's worth value. You know what I mean? You got your vehicles, you got this, you got that. But you know what I mean? Like I don't have anything of real equity. Something that's like, oh, that's ours and we own this. So I'm pretty excited for this new journey. And you know,
Right. It is pretty exciting.
well, I need a new phone so bad. I just have a very cheap off brand. It's still a Samsung, but it's not a known model phone that I need to upgrade really soon, especially moving. But I heard there's a deal on the S10 at Walmart right now for like $200. So if they have that going on. So no, it's probably too hot at this time of year to make a fire. Yeah, new journey in the end of times, basically. I mean, that's basically maybe we should call the show Journey into the End Times. I don't know. Shit, with the way things are going, G.
No, he's not remodeling a house, he's building.
Right. Yeah, no, and they had built like a little like enclosure, which is like the beginning of the house, but that's where we're at.
And I think she means fire cider.
Oh yeah, fire cider. Yeah, were you looking into? Yeah, because you were saying that you were going to help people out. Yeah, I got some super potent stuff right now. Super potent if people are interested. I have bottles that I could, wrap it up and tincture it, and well, it's already tinctured, but wrap it in tincture bottles and basically ship out. I can use all the extra funds, and I can make more fire cider when I get there, I guess, because I can't bring all this stuff.
Right.
I got so much stuff to get rid of. I think that's the more daunting task than anything is how many things, what comes, what goes, you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard. But a lot of things too won't be so hard because a lot of things we've been keeping inside are meant to be outside. So those things will then have an outside space. And so I think it'll be good, but I'm just concerned. Not a lot of space, not a lot of room, but we got kind of a lot of stuff.
Right.
So wish us, give us good prayers and thoughts because we're gonna need all of it to move 10 years worth of crap. Now we're not gonna move probably even half of it, but coming up with a plan for our lives. Because I mean, things are moving quick. We've got to like cut everything off, switch schools, do all these things, like put in 2 week notices for work, and it's just a lot of timing and yeah, it's a stressful time right now, but hang with us and eventually it'll be it'll be all right and things will be amazing, but we just got to get time to get there.
Yeah. Um, we're working on the house. We're trying to work on it. So don't forget that next Sunday we'll be picking up the plant conversation. We'll probably do a little bit more biblical talk and our normal show. Um, don't forget that we take all donations for the homestead, for the goats, for David's healing and recovery, medical bills, all of that. You can make the donations right there on the Freedomizer site, our Freedom Revolution Network site. You can just put David or Jiff. You can get a hold of me on Facebook, Red Gypsy, PayPal's Red Gypsy Jiff, and
PayPal for the network is Freedom Revolution 19. So
yeah, you can always mail us stuff. P.O. Box 446, Swatch, Colorado 81149. Those are all the different ways. And email. You can always email me, red@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com.
yeah, we just want to put it out there. So if you like what we do here at the Freedom Revolution Network, you just want to support us, you like us, you know, you want to keep us on the air, you want to see more people come to the air. If we ever get enough money, we could give grants to people who want to show but who just can't afford the basic minimum cost that we use to split. That would really help. Even, you know, 10, 20 bucks. 20 bucks gets, you know, basically people in as an entry-level host right now. That's our coronavirus special. We usually charge 40, and if people are able to charge 40, we appreciate getting that. But if they can't, $28 can get somebody on the air, get them all the training they need to learn how to do their own podcast, learn how to, you know, manage a website. They get their own web page, they get their own social media network. You know, it's really a great way that if you've been interested in podcasting or live video or even radio, if you wanted to focus on that, you absolutely could. So, you know, come join us here on the Freedom Revolution Network. We would love to have you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you want to donate for the things like me making the fire cider, the soap, stuff like that, you can always just send me the things I need to make it. You don't kind of send me money. You can just
Swatch. SAGUCHE. Sagawatch. SAGUACHE.
Yes. Yes. SAGUACHE. Swatch.
Swatch. Yes, because it's literally there was a article a couple weeks back that was like 10 weirdest names in Colorado. You know, Red lives by like 3 or 4 of them.
I do.
She does. And so Swatch was a hard one, but like once you get it, it's like Swatch. But like seeing Swatch or spelling Swatch, like you gotta stop. Because in my head I'm just saying Swatch. But it's like Sagwatch if like you wanted to say it white people way.
Right.
You know. European way. I hate to say that, but European way. Because it's really like a Native American name, right? Swatch?
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, we're not used to all those accents. It's hard for us, y'all. So, yeah, come back and join us anytime. We love to have you guys here.
Absolutely.
P.O. Box 446, Swatch, Colorado, 81149.
Yep.
Yep, that's for Red. That's Red's box. That way you can get things to Red. We haven't opened one yet for the network, but I think I might have an option here pretty soon so that people could send stuff to the network. So
yeah.
Because I would like to have that, you know, but that's like a cost of I think like $65 a month, and I'd have to ask everybody to split it. What is it?
It's like $68 for 3 months, I think. No,
okay,
6 months. 6 months.
Okay, that's not that bad, and you have to sign up for 6 months because that would be cool that we could know what the people have it and then just renew it.
I did 3 months, and like every 3 months is like 30 some odd bucks.
Oh, you can come with us anytime, Kathleen. We enjoyed you tonight. We appreciate you in chat.
Yes, thank you, Kathleen. Dare
Yeah,
to be
no.
different, dare to be you, dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally.
From the land of 10,000 lakes and from the highest desert valley in the great American Southwest. Good night, universe.